Meeting. Today is September 13th, 2017. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary of the Authority Donahue. The next meetings of the Authority, next regularly scheduled meetings, are on September 27th, October 11th, and October 25th. We are going to call matters in the order that you signed them in. First in Buffalo, then in Albany, and then here in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium, speak into the microphone, and please pronounce and announce who you are. For the attorneys present, if you are bringing up your licensee, your applicant, or someone else to speak, please make sure that they're introduced on the record. If you have a cell phone, please turn it off or silence it and take your calls outside, please. Before we get started in Buffalo, there is a request from Counsel's Office. This is item 2051D. It's a request for an emergency summary order of suspension.
Good morning. On behalf of Counsel's Office, I'm seeking an emergency summary order of suspension for Roxy Karma, Tico Inc., DBA Maggie's.
Can you just put your appearance on the record, please?
Sure. Sarah Walls for Counsel's Office. I'm seeking the summary suspension pursuant to SAPA Section 4013 in light of new information provided by the Suffolk County Police Department, New York State Liquor Authority Enforcement, Town of Babylon Fire Marshal, as well as the Town of Babylon Building Department, as there is violence, a gambling hall, as well as availing, and many other infractions at this establishment. First, I'm going to go into the violence and then proceed on to a brief history. We are seeking a focal point charges for this location, as there was a police referral in connection with the incident on August 13th of this year. A patron of the licensed establishment discharged a firearm approximately 6 times in an attempt to stop 2 females from fighting. Additional referrals from the police department are as follows. July 22nd of this year, an incident in the establishment's parking lot where a patron was struck with an unknown object and their vehicle was damaged with a wooden stick. June 21st of this year, the police responded to a fight outside the bar's parking lot. May 28th of this year, the police responded to a fight outside the bar where more than 40 people were involved. In 2016, there were multiple calls for large groups of people fighting in the rear parking lot of the establishment, multiple noise complaints, and drug use in and about the rear parking lot. The establishment was licensed in 2004 for an on-premises bar restaurant. It's located at 995 Straight Path, West Babylon in Suffolk County. The method of operation is for a 1-floor operation of the building with a maximum occupancy of 75 patrons and to operate between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. with the licensee working as the manager, a jukebox, 1 employee, and no security guards. The licensee's name is Margaret Crite, and she is the sole principal of this establishment. On September 8th, this past Friday night at 11:45 p.m., there was an SLA inspection conducted as with the Suffolk County Police Department, Suffolk County Fire Marshal, and the Town of Babylon Fire Marshal and Town of Babylon Building Department due to many calls and complaints at the location for allegations of gambling, gang activity, shots fired, noise, and additional drug activity. The SLA inspection revealed by Investigator Stravali revealed 3 coin-operated gambling devices along with dice and dice-throwing container, which were labeled Maggie's Dice, football box pool charts hanging behind the bar and above the cash register. The bartender who would take the gambling bets from the football pool admitted to the gambling and selling the box pools to the patrons. She turned over 3 envelopes of the cash in connection with the upcoming 3 games, and gambling records were noted on the envelopes. The Suffolk County Police Department arrested the bartender for promoting gambling and gambling-related offenses. The licensee was not present at the time of the inspection. At the time of the inspection, the licensee told Investigator Stravali over the phone that she has not served food at the restaurant since 2004, There's no kitchen, no stove, no microwave, no plates, no utensils, no food in the refrigerator. The licensee also stated that she buys and purchases all of her liquor from a local liquor store called Sunset Liquors and does not have an account with Southern Wines or Empire Merchant wholesalers. Her boyfriend also transports the liquor from the liquor store to the establishment in his personal car. Investigator Stravali also, at the inspection, saw a DJ on duty who identified himself as Nashawn Bridges, aka DJ Sean Money. DJ Sean Money is compensated based on the revenue taken during the night, the nights that he works. He is paid 10% of the bar's gross revenue from that night, approximately 10% for that night. This was confirmed at the scene to Investigator Stravali on on the 11th.
Are they permitted to have a DJ?
No, the method of operation calls for a jukebox. Okay. The licensed premises was also using the basement of the building to store the beer in the basement without a warehousing permit, since the basement is not accessible from the inside of the building. The method of operation also states that there will be no security guards employed. However, the certificate of occupancy issued by the town of Babylon requests that there be security guards on staff on both Friday and Saturday nights from 6 p.m. to closing.
Why don't you get to the fire and safety issues
Sure.
that the fire department discovered?
Yes. The town of Babylon fire marshal issued safety violations for failure to maintain a public assembly license, compressed gas stored near a hot water heater, illegal electric wiring in the basement, a defective emergency lights over fire exits, failure to maintain carbon monoxide extinguishers.
When did they condemn the building?
At this inspection.
And so council, just
Yeah.
kind of as an overview, it looks like on top of everything that came up this past weekend, and everything that we have, obviously this weekend is a very serious, we basically have a situation where we could probably count on one or two hands the number of laws this place
Correct.
is following. let alone-
Gambling, there's availing, no food served.
What's
It's violent.
what's the availing? Just the,
The DJ gets 10%,
Oh, okay.
approximately 10%
okay, yep,
of the revenue for each night.
okay.
This is a clear safety hazard for the welfare and as a huge draw on the Suffolk County Police Department's resources and manpower.
How long have they been open?
Since they've been licensed since 2004.
And did they make representations when they got licensed that they were going to have food? Was this supposed to be a restaurant or was it?
Yeah, this is licensed as an on-premises restaurant bar.
So then
They've
I
never served food.
would add those charges as well.
Yes.
All right, do you have anything?
No, we don't have any other history with them, with us? Any charges in the past, up till now? It's all news to us.
I'm not sure.
I can look that up.
Everything that was brought to my attention.
I'm gonna look it up as well.
Yes, I will look
Circling.
when I get back to the office.
We do have some history, Commissioner, but it's mostly before 2010.
Okay. I'm good.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I think based on fights, patrons being struck, gunshots fired, were they fired inside, by the way, or outside? Do we know?
I believe it was outside and there was 6 shots.
6 shots
in the air.
fired. Gambling, operating without food, unauthorized security guards, purchasing from unauthorized sources, extension of premises, no books and records, the fact that the town has condemned the building due to public safety violations, workers' comp has expired and in arrears. the
No
DJ
general liability insurance.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything that they didn't hit. So I, without a doubt, vote to summarily suspend.
Well, we don't have any underage people in there, that's.
That is one of the few violations.
We'll give them
They
that.
did not.
I'll vote to summarily suspend as well on the same grounds.
Thank you.
All right, now moving
Forget
to,
I ordered one, so just drop it.
now moving to Buffalo. The first item is 1955, Jaspa Singh Mathan.
Secretary, Chairman, there is opposition present for this matter.
Okay, let's hear from them first, please.
Good morning. I am Clifford Boncory. This is Yasser Ahmed. He is the nephew of the store owner. The store owner is in India. He has a power of attorney on him for his uncle. Yasser has owned his store on 279 Jefferson, which is 0.8 of a mile from the proposed new location. There's been numerous stores opened in the last 10 years, and my client, Yasser Ahmed, DBA Buffalo Discount Liquor, his sales have decreased about 18% in the last 10 years. We actually met with Councilman Darius Pridgeon, who is the councilman for the district which these stores are located in. And according to Councilman Pridgeon, the neighborhood does not want any new stores. We tried to buy a vacant lot next door to build a new store, and we were denied.
Do you have that in writing from the councilman?
I do not have it on me, but we do have some consultation with him.
I asked
There
you.
was,
You
I
just
do
say,
not have it.
all right.
We do
And
have
you mentioned their sales are down 10% over 10 years?
18%.
So so now they're at 830,000. What were they at?
1,011,000 in 2012. Because the survey only goes back to 2013, the one that was requested from us.
Okay.
But there's been a lot of new stores opened as well. We did object, we
Just
always
over a
object to
million
them.
in 2012.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Some demographics on the east side of Buffalo where these stores are located. Since the year 2000, the population has decreased 31%. The median household income.
Where are you getting that number from? Because that seems astronomical.
It is from U.S. Neighborhood, U.S. Neighborhood, New York. I have all the documentation here. Population is 116,000 now. It's down 31% since the year 2000.
But what's it since the year 2015 or the year 2010?
2010 is down 0.5%.
Okay. Don't you think that would be a little more reflective?
It is, but there's a lot of new stores as well. So even though the population is decreasing, they keep requesting new stores here. The median household income is $28,000. The consumer spending on this east side of Buffalo is below the national average. Crime rate is above the national average. And based on all of these, we request that this be denied.
Okay. Anyone else, Michelle?
No, just these two gentlemen, sir.
Since June, there's been another request as well,
Request for what?
another location.
I'm not following you.
We have another letter from the State
Probably
Liquor
received a
Authority.
gross sales letter for another
Another
outlet.
one.
Oh, well, we'll deal with that one when it comes up.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Winkler and Samuels open? Oh, yeah, I got it. There's a note here. Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Bob Heil. I am the consultant for Jaspel Singh Mathon.
Where is your client?
We're asking for an adjournment. My client had retained new counsel last week, and Mr. Daniels, his attorney, is unable to appear this morning due to a conflict with scheduling in a criminal court matter.
Hey, we got a request like yesterday afternoon.
No, that's not going to happen.
We had made
This thing was filed in May. There's 100 people waiting here. There's 1,000 applications behind your client, and you call yesterday afternoon and ask for an adjournment. It's not going to happen. And your client's not with you. What were you going to do if it got denied?
We were advised by the attorney that he did not have to be here. We made a phone call into the Buffalo office last week when this change was taking place.
I received an email from the attorney yesterday saying he was
Correct.
just retained and wanted an adjournment. And I told him,
Yes.
let me finish.
Okay,
I told him somebody's going to have to show up here,
correct,
and he said you would be here.
correct. And that's the way we understood it, that I could be here to ask for
Who
the
did you
adjournment.
talk to in Buffalo last week?
Hi, Chairman. Mr. Daniels called me a few days ago and asked me if he could get it adjourned, and I told him he was going to have to call either licensing or secretary's office because it was an application, not a disciplinary matter.
And when was that? Was that last week, though?
It was probably Thursday or Friday of last week.
Okay.
'Cause those were,
You're
I was out
lucky.
earlier last week.
She's in the room. Well, put it over. The opposition doesn't need to come back.
This applicant withdrew back on April 11th.
Yep.
Are there any other notes as
As
to
to
why?
why it's not required, I can find
I
out.
said call secretary's office.
No, that was Mr.
I,
Daniels.
you don't have to have a separate discussion up there.
9:27.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
All right, well, hold on for a second. Are you,
Yeah, we're done.
we're fine. We're fine. Go
all right, so he's got to be here on 9:27.
And your client better be with you.
Or
Or
don't
don't.
be here with his counsel.
Next item in Buffalo, 1950, Buffalo Liquor, Inc.
Chairman Gordon, there's opposition present.
Okay, they can go first.
Good morning. My name is Janine Babcock. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of my mother, Marilyn Ben Hetzel, the owner of Ben Hetzel's Cordially Yours, and myself. We want the authority to know that we strongly oppose the issuance of the liquor license in question today for Buffalo Liquor, Inc. Together with my now recently deceased father, my parents bought the existing business in 2003. Put endless hours into the business, and for years they worked opposite shifts just to save on payroll and build up the clientele, and they nurtured the poorly stocked space. For the next 4 years, they worked tirelessly to adequately stock the shelves with inventory that their customers requested. It wasn't until last winter that my mother increased her salary. She was always cautious about being able to pay for invoices on delivery and always to have funds to pay the lease, taxes, and maintenance. In 2006, I became a full-time employee with my mother upon my father's failing health. We currently employ several part-time staff and contribute to numerous organizations in the community. We have been a vocal advocate of preventing grocery stores from selling one of the two products we currently are allowed to sell. Our protest and subsequent attendance here is no different. We must protect our business. We strongly feel another liquor store within just 0.8 of a mile will threaten not only our sustainability, but could prevent us from continuing to employ most of our staff, delay our planned point-of-sale upgrade, and have us consider our ability to renew our existing lease, which undoubtedly will increase for the next term. Most important item we wish to bring to everyone's attention is that not only we are the only people asked to give up part of our livelihood, we, the liquor store owners in the surrounding radius. We don't write the laws, we only live by them. For the 15 years, we've played by the rules and only are on the fighting end to protect our business. This is an opportunity of the authority to have our backs and protect the existing businesses who have responsibly served this community for decades. Please consider our opposition to this application based on the proximity to the store and our continued successful service, together with the other stores here today that we've provided to the community we live in, employ, and support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amit Ahuja. I own the Yellow Brick Liquors. I would like to protest because Back in October 7, 2014, I actually had applied for another location at 6363 Transit Road, and I got denied that time just because I was close to another liquor store, and we were told that there are too many liquor stores in that area. And in fact, I ended up talking to one of the protesters and buying their liquor stores. And now today I'm in the same position where somebody else is trying to come in and they're close to us, and the population of Lancaster hasn't grown as much, the sales haven't grown that much, and the square footage of all the stores are the same, so still the same since 3 years ago. So I would like to protest this license.
How much further north on Transit Road, what was your location of this
Our
proposed
location was going to be on 6363 Transit Road, and this is 4933.
What store do you own now?
Yellow Brick Liquors?
What was the address again? 63?
63.
Yep.
63?
63. That is, about, on that last application of his, it was 2.7 miles.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but the other liquor store, which was less than a mile away, that's why we got denied.
Yeah, there was 1.1 miles away.
Thank you.
Is the applicant there?
Again, Bob Heil is consultant.
And Doreen Justinger, owner of Buffalo Liquor.
Why a liquor store? You
What?
look like you have a pretty good job, and you intend on continuing your job. Why are you opening a liquor store?
Well, I've been researching liquor stores for the last 4 years. I was actually going to purchase one in East Aurora about 4 years ago, but the timing wasn't right for me. I am looking to start a family business because I am planning on transitioning out of into retirement from my current employment. So it's my it's a long-term plan for me.
Do you have any experience?
I don't have
in
any
this area?
experience, not with a liquor store, but my store manager has, 3 to 4 years of experience in that area. I have, over my 30 years, grown, very successful businesses within my current employment.
What are you going to do that the other people surrounding you aren't doing already?
Well, what I plan on doing in my store, is to make an easy shopping experience for my customers. I also plan to use social media to educate on responsible drinking and various alcohol and wine brands. There will be an area dedicated to local regional area brands like 716 Cellars, and probably like in the 25 to 30% area for local Niagara brands. I am looking to develop an app or utilize an app that would provide an experience when people are in the store to do their pairings with what they're looking for. In the next 6 to 12 months, I would also plan to look at ordering ahead service via the website. And in potentially 12 to 24 months, I would also be looking at various delivery options, either whether it's delivery to the home or via the web, depending upon, what the local laws are.
So out of a 3,500 square feet location, you're going to, 2870 is going to be retail space?
Yes, 2,800 square foot. You know, I've been researching the area for, like I said, for 4 years. And this is really a growing retail area. It's a brand-new building that's being built. The developer is a huge developer in Buffalo. You know, they see growth continuing in that area. I know maybe some of the other areas where the opposition is, you know, the growth is not there any longer. It was there several years ago. But this is really a growing, convenient area for shoppers, to the supermarket, to the Target, to the Walmart. And that's why I honed in on this area.
And did you work at Aurora Liquor?
I did not. My daughter-in-law was a manager there. Not a manager, a sales clerk.
Oh,
there.
she's going to be your manager.
Yes.
And who owns Aurora Liquor? Do you know the owner there?
I just know that her first name is Jill. No, I don't really know her. My daughter-in-law did not work for Jill. She worked for the previous owners.
Okay.
Letter of support.
You know, we do have also a couple of letters of support from local residents that live very close to that area. You know, they see it as a huge convenience to their shopping, you know, the way that they do their shopping experience.
Now, this isn't in a plaza, right? It's a standalone building behind a Rite Aid?
It's in a building that would be shared by 4 tenants.
Who are the other 3, do you know?
I do know that one is a nail salon. I don't know if they've rented the other 2 spaces.
And then there's a grocery store right across the parking lot?
Not across the parking lot. It's a diagonal across the street. It's Wegmans. And there's an Aldi's right in front, an Aldi's discount food store right in front of it.
Does Wegmans own the building?
Wegmans does not own the building, no. Benderson Development owns the building.
Isn't there also a Dick's Sporting Goods next to you?
No, Dick's, that's Dick's Sporting Goods is pretty far down the road.
Okay, all right, I looked at the wrong location. All right.
Okay.
You ready to vote?
Yes.
Based upon looking at the sales to the other stores, and they do seem to be modestly increasing. The 4th closest one appears to be dropping a little bit here. But you do have a letter of support from Senator Patrick Gallivan, and I think based on the location where you are next to the other retail locations, that there would be a public convenience and advantage served, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well, based on the location is clearly providing a public convenience and advantage. And as Commissioner Ford pointed out, the closest store is 0.9 miles away, but in the last 4 years, its sales have gone up over 30%, or about 30%. And the second closest store is 1.6 miles away, and they've gone up at least 25%, 20%. So I think based on that, there's clearly an increase in demand for alcohol, and I think the location plus her business experience provides a public convenience and advantage. So I'll vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item in Buffalo, 1959, Shahida Enterprises, Inc.
Good morning, Tracy Johns here representing Shahida Inc., also DBA Mount Hope Convenience Mart. The client, Mohammed Tahir, is also here present with me. We have been before the board in the past. This particular licensee has 2 locations. The board suggested that he could only operate 1 location for a period of time before they would consider him having a second location. What he did was close the other location, surrender the license, and is basically applied to move his 1 location to his other existing store. That's what we're here today for permission to have a single license at this location as opposed to the location already approved.
Is this the only license, the one he's closing is the only license he has?
That is correct. It was closed about 2 or 3 months ago and surrendered at the time this application was put in.
Why
So
did
we
he
currently-
why did he close it?
The authority has indicated that he could only have 1 license at a time. He applied for this
Well, that
location.
wasn't, that wasn't really the understanding we had. He had a license, and he came back and looked for a second one. And we
That's
said,
correct.
keep the one you have for a year, and perhaps we'll give you a second one. We didn't go back and tell him to close the one, and then go back to the one that we had revoked.
No, it wasn't financially viable. He needed the sales at this location, so he closed the other one, so
Did
he
we
could
have any,
focus on a single.
last time they were here, did we have any charges?
I'll double check.
There hasn't been any disciplinary history since the license was issued at the Twilight Convenience Mart location.
Bless you.
Bless you. Anything else, Chairman? I think we're ready to vote there, Secretary?
Whenever you are.
All right. Based on the fact, I don't understand why you did that, but based on the fact there's been no violations, recent violations, I'm okay with it. I'll approve.
I'll approve as well. The year starts over again, though.
Understood. Thank you.
Michelle, I don't have anything else in Buffalo, is that correct?
There's no other items in Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Okay. We're going to move to Albany, and the first item is 2040, Save More Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Did you have opposition?
Well, let the applicant come up first, because I do have to explain what happened here.
Good morning, I'm Shannon Briscoe from Save More Wines and Liquors.
Good morning. This was on last board meeting, and due to our error, there apparently was opposition, and we, at the board here, didn't receive it for various reasons. And as a result, the opposition never had an opportunity. They never found out there was a hearing, so they never had an opportunity to say anything. So we put it back on for them to, well, one, we're going to reconsider. So basically reopen the application, let them say their piece, let you re-say what you said last time, and go from there. Okay?
Okay.
It was nothing you
Yes.
did, it was our error, but
Okay.
where we are. So why don't we listen to them, and then we'll go forward.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Michael Gary on behalf of our client, New York Warehouse Wine and Liquor. Thank you again for giving us an opportunity to be heard on this matter. As you know, you have received and I assume have reviewed our letter in opposition. We, of course, are a mere 1,400 feet from the proposed location here. And we operate at 3,700 square feet and are restricted to that size in our store and also 20% New York products.
How big is your store?
We rent 5,700, Mr. Chairman. We were originally approved for, I think, 2,600, and we came back in and you expanded by board vote again, another 1,000 feet on the second time that we were back.
So you have, I just misheard you. They're at 5,700, right?
57 is the gross lease for the space.
Okay.
retail.
But you're at about 3,500 retail.
Yes.
Correct.
As you know, Mr. Chairman, this, of course, is not about anything but the public convenience and advantage. We look at the 4 closest stores, all of those stores that have reported, and we had to use some of the reports that came from the neighboring stores from our application last year, as we did not receive 2 of the closest stores' reports. Those sales reports show clearly that sales are either dropping or flat in the neighborhood. And in fact, the applicant here was one of the 4 closest stores in our application last year. And of course, we had attached a copy of her protest to our application last year. And yet here she is applying right across from Hudson Valley Community College.
Well, what do you expect her to do?
I understand. And by all accounts, Ms. Briscoe is a nice lady and a good operator, and unfortunately, the Price Chopper in her location down in Manans has closed. And obviously, any grocery store closing that you're next to is going to affect your business. But this is not about her business. This is about the public convenience and advantage. And we would submit to the board that the flat sales, the closing of Mario's store further down the street, speak loudly to the public convenience and advantage. That our clients have only been open since January of last year, and we are doing okay. But again, we're in a store where we have high rent based upon our usable square footage situation. But in any event, our position is that the standard of approval at public convenience and advantage, of course, measured by same-store sales and history, shows clearly that this area is well served already by the existing store situation. There was another store that's opened further down Route 4 a couple years ago. I think it's Grapes and Grains, that has also come into the marketplace. And frankly, we just don't see the need for this additional store based upon the sales reports and based upon the physical location of the existing stores.
And you're saying, so her current location is one of your 4 closest stores?
She was when, yes, the location in Manans was one of the 4 closest stores when we applied last year.
So she still would be one of the 4 closest stores?
Her existing location is one of the 4 closest stores.
So all she's doing is moving closer, but she's still she's still a competitor?
Well, she is a competitor based upon the fact that she's geographically one of the 4 closest stores, but historically she was on the other side of the river. And as I recall, the hearing, Mr. Chairman, you discounted that location because we were in Albany County versus Rensselaer County here.
I did, and I have since been corrected by people that live in Rensselaer County. So, DeMayo's, we have no numbers on them. Are they open?
They provided numbers in their package. So DeMayo's is 312.
Oh, okay.
13, 302 for 214, and 280 for 215.
Okay, thanks. And you say Mario's is closed now?
Yes, it appears that he closed in June. The sales report that he filed appeared to be through the end of May, Mr. Chairman. I haven't really used that in the letter that I've sent because frankly, his report at $84,000 or whatever it was for the first 5 or 6 months doesn't appear to be realistic. We opened in December of last year, and he's out of business in 4 to 5, 6 months. So I don't know whether there was family problems or personal problems that interfered with his business. But historically, he was showing, I think, 500, 600, 700,000 in sales.
This proposed store is only 1,400.
Identify yourself, Jim. This is
Jason Southwood. I'm the owner of New York Wine and Liquor Warehouse, 75 Vandenberg Ave in Troy. I actually looked at this location where this applicant is looking to go and decided on our current location to serve the public convenience better. We have a Market 32, a Price Chopper, a TJ Maxx, a Rite Aid. Definitely a huge benefit to the business. This place, I could literally walk out my door, throw a rock, and hit the building. That's how close it is. I walk down there to get my coffee all the time. It's on the same side of the street. I can't see a benefit to the general public by approving this store. I don't see her doing anything different than we already do. We do tastings, we do internet sales. We have a huge variety of wines, liquors from all over New York State. As per your request, 20% of our inventory is New York State. I just can't see a public convenience. Very nice lady, I think it's just the wrong location.
You're throwing a rock 0.4 miles?
Got a good arm. It's not 0.4 miles, it's actually less than 0.25 miles. My kid walks down there to get his hair cut. There's a barber shop right next door. He's 13 years old. He walks right over there, gets his hair cut.
But it's 0.4, I mean, to walk, but this isn't a walking community. It's 0.4 to drive, correct?
It's probably mostly from door to door, yes, and mostly it's our parking lot. It's probably the longest hike.
Okay.
So it seems like when you guys opened, shortly after that, Mario's closed.
Mario's is a small liquor store with very limited inventory. If you ever went in there, they have 1 or 2 bottles on the shelf of certain items.
Yeah.
That store was less than 1,200 retail space. So to approve a 2,800 square foot space, literally right down the road, even closer to us, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but that's what's being applied for.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
May it please the authority, my name is Jerry Manning. I'm the attorney for Mrs. Briscoe and Save More.
How much of her space is retail? Is it all retail? It says the location is 2,800 feet, but she didn't indicate how much is retail.
Approximately 2,400.
And how many, what are your sales now?
Well, my sales at my current location are quite low. They've dropped 30% since the grocery store closed in January.
So what were they last year before it closed?
I did not bring that information.
What do you have an idea? Give me a ballpark.
Approximately 500,000.
And what percentage of New York products do you carry?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
What
you.
percentage of New York made manufactured products do you carry now in your current store?
I carry a large selection. I don't know what the percentage is. I have thousands of SKUs. I've been in business for 41 years and I've been managing the store for 32 years. So I continually change my products and I bring in special requests and I am continually changing. And I have products that range from the Thousand Islands to the Finger Lakes down to the Hudson Valley to Saratoga, Galway, right in our backyard.
So if you had a percentage on what you're carrying generally over the course of a year, what percentage would it be?
I would estimate about 15% maybe.
Okay. Why'd you pick this place?
Actually, I was going to close. And as I was saying goodbye to my customers, they were all very sad because I've been part of the community for so long. And my customers would call me with various places that they saw that were for rent. And I went to look at that location. It is an up-and-coming area. There's over 20,000 cars that pass this location every day. 15,000 of them make a left-hand turn on Williams Road, right in front of where this proposed location is. They are building 46 townhomes, 44 condos, 70 single-family homes. J.R. Casal just received approval for 204 townhomes off of Glenwood Road. All of these residences will be within walking distance. So I thought that this would be a great location. It's an easy access into this strip mall. It's an easy exit. It's right next to a Stewart's, which is a convenience store. They sell gas. There's approximately 7 or 8 other tenants in there. I also chose this location because it's close enough to where my current customers live that they would be willing to make the trip over there. I have a large number of people that said that they would follow me, and come to find out, a large number of them are glad that I'm going to be on their side of the river. So they already come from over there.
Anything else?
Nope.
Mr. Chairman, can Mrs. Briscoe describe to you the difference that she believes her store operates and the other stores?
Sure.
Okay, as I said, I thought it was a convenient location, easy in, easy out. It's on the part of North Greenbush, where people will not have to fight the college traffic to get into the warehouse location. A lot of people don't want to travel at different times of the day in that direction because the traffic is so intense. I also feel that I could give a more personalized shopping experience. Not everyone is interested in shopping in a warehouse, in a big grocery store or a big liquor store. They feel intimidated, so I can give more personalized service. I've also been managing this store for 32 of the 41 years. I'm very knowledgeable about my products, and I educate my employees so that they are educated, or so that they're knowledgeable too. I offer food pairing ideas and drink recipes. I also offer custom gift baskets and gift wrap, and I also offer call ahead ordering. I also offer New York State Lottery, which I have been approved for the move. I'm a test agent for the New York State Lottery, and I have attended several advisory meetings.
How big is your current store square footage?
2,400 square feet.
All retail?
No, about 2,000 is retail.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there's another aspect of this, and that's hardship. May we address that?
No, because that really isn't something I'm really supposed to be concerned with. So I realize that she's, I'm aware of her current situation, but that's not really something we're considering.
Okay, can I address just a couple other points?
Sure.
She's received her CO from the town of North Greenbush to operate. There's off-street parking, so there's little effect on traffic locally. There'll be no increase in the noise level.
Well, most liquor stores don't really, I don't know too many liquor stores that increase the noise level.
Yeah, that was one of the elements I thought was...
No, you're thinking of a 500-foot hearing.
Okay.
I think we're ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So are we voting on
Yeah.
reconsideration first here, or what?
I voted to reconsider already.
Okay, so we're past that.
Yeah,
All right.
well, you have to vote on that too. But.
For the record, I'll vote to reconsider as well. So we previously approved this location. Looking at all the numbers here, the new stuff that we have here, the closest and the furthest stores seem to have sales increasing. The second closest store closed, and third closest is declining for some reason. However, there is new development as noted in the area. I would approve this based on if you maintain your 2,000 square foot, your like-for-like retail footprint. So on that basis, I would approve.
I'll approve as well. There's under the same terms, there's new development in the area. The second closest store closed, and it was generating about 500,000 plus in sales, except for this year. And the store that she's moving out of was one of the four closest to the current store now, so his four closest stores should not be changing. But that's with the caveat that your retail space is 2,000 feet. Are you all right with that? Ma'am?
We've
you're-
already subdivided.
I'm
because
sorry,
of what-
I can't hear you. Somebody muted your mic. Start that again.
It's okay now.
Okay, I was going to say that upon my first approval in good faith, I already started to change the inside to my diagram to what I originally applied for. So
Okay.
it's already started and you've already approved me, and it's not a huge difference. So I would urge you,
Will you commit to sticking with the 15% New York products that you're already carrying?
oh, absolutely. I firmly believe in carrying and supporting New York State.
Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
All right, so as long as you stay with 15% New York products as you've continually carried already, I'll approve on the current layout.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Next item in Albany, 2019, Countryman Enterprises LLC.
Chairman, Secretary, Commissioner, the licensees are here, I'm sorry, the applicants are here, just to answer any questions that the board may have.
Can the representative stand up and come up to the, please?
My name is Sandra Hogan. I represent Countryman Enterprises.
Why are they moving?
They're moving because the Sackett's location is off the beaten path. It has very little foot traffic and the sales are very low. And the applicant has an existing building, his own building in the new village of Dexter, which, it was convenient for him to move it there in his own building. He won't have to pay rent, and the sales will hopefully increase. Many people in the community have expressed, an interest to him for him to move the location there to Dexter.
Okay.
You all right to go? I'll vote to approve. I mean, from Sackett's Harbor to Dexter, it's a few miles, but you're still 6-7 miles away from every closest competitor, and so I don't have any problem with this, whatever.
I'll vote to approve as well on the same grounds.
Perfect, thank you.
Next item in Albany, 1954, Yellow Dog Wine and Spirits, Inc.
The applicants are again here to answer any questions that the board may have.
They need to come up to the microphone.
Is there any opposition there?
No, no, sir.
We did get one protest from Allen's Liquor and Wines.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Why a liquor store here? It's a pretty rural area, isn't it?
Yes, it's outside of Fort Drum, the Army base, which is one of the largest Army bases in the U.S. It's a big development area. Walmart's just up the road, right next door to our plaza. They're building a brand new Aldi's. They just put in 2 motels down the road, some nice and easies.
What's the population doing? Because I'm under the impression the population in that area is declining.
I can't give you a number. I can tell you there's 14,000 cars a day that go past that stretch of the road. The main gate to the base is just up the road.
A Bay is really all about the summer, though. Is that not correct?
Yes.
You are police chief for A Bay right now?
Yes, I am. I'm looking to retire.
You're gonna have to if you get this.
I was going to say
Yes.
so. You're looking to get on the other side of the counter, I see. All right.
Yeah. Looking to do something family-oriented with me and my wife, and I've had enough law enforcement.
How big is this store square footage wise about?
2,400.
You think you can do enough business up in Alexandria Bay year-round?
It's not Alexandria Bay, it's Evans Mills, New York.
Oh, Evans Mills, I'm sorry, yes.
And
That's really
I do believe, I've consulted with some of the liquor companies, and they all believe it's a very vibrant area, and that it would be a good location.
You're aware there's a liquor store on the base, right?
Yes. But the base with the security, the increase in the security, it's hard to get on and off the base. And there's nothing, there's a little store about 3 miles, just over 3 miles. In the other direction, there's one, it's almost 6 miles away. And then going north, there's nothing for, no, going north is, Governor is the next closest one, which is about 20 miles away.
Well, there's 3 in Watertown that are all within 7 miles of you.
The closest one in Watertown is actually about 9 miles.
Isn't Allen's Liquors in Watertown?
No, it's called Watertown, but it's actually, they're right next to Interstate 81, which is on Route 342, and they're about 7 miles away, 5.6
Is that closer
miles away.
is that closer to Brownsville?
It's heading in that direction.
Are you going to run this place?
Yes.
Do you have any experience in this business?
Just years ago, I was a bartender. My wife's been a bartender in the past, before I got into law enforcement.
Do you have any, does the store have any parking?
Yes.
Where?
Right, there's parking out front and parking in the rear.
You have a lot behind the store?
Yes.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
I don't have any problem approving this. I'm pretty familiar with Evans Mills and Route 11 and the traffic that goes up there. That's that north side of Fort Drum, and it's far enough away from the others that I really do think that a public convenience and advantage would be served. So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. The closest store is actually the store that's on the base, which we do not license, and I don't know how you're going to compete with them for prices, but the next closest store is 4.7 miles away, which we do license, and I think that's an adequate distance, that there is a public convenience and advantage to adding another one now, so I'll vote to approve.
Good luck, Chief.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's the last item I have for Albany. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, we're
Thank you.
gonna go to New York now. The first item is 1951, Express Wine and Spirits, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
My name is Henry Warakomsky. I'm for Express Wine and Liquors. I believe there's opposition.
Wow.
Is
there opposition for this? Express Wine and Liquors, come up to the microphone.
When you come up, can you please state your name clearly?
Good morning, Kenneth Babby. I'm with West Hills Wines and Liquors. I'm the fourth closest store to the applicant. 1720 New York Avenue, Huntington Station. This is the third time that a store has attempted to open a store in this basically the same spot in the last three and a half years.
In this building?
Not in this building, but in between the Barrels and Stills, which is the closest store. I believe it's around 0.6 miles from the premises, and Fujian Liquor Plaza, which is around 0.7. They are all on the same road, and the road, it's a narrow road. It's 2 lanes on each side. but there's crossways, so you can turn around in the road quite easily. My store is on the same road, about 1.6 miles away, and my store is on the same side of the road as the proposed location. There's been approximately 6 stores that have attempted to open in Huntington Station in the last 4 years or so, and this board has found that the area is being adequately serviced by the current stores. They found
So has anything, in your opinion, changed since then?
Nothing has changed. My personal business over the last, if you want to go back 10 years, is probably down 10 to 12%, and that's even including all the price increases that, it's every year your business should go up at least a little bit, and it doesn't.
Okay. Next.
Thank you.
Guys, try not to repeat the same thing he said. If you just say, I agree with him, I'm good.
I'm representing Barrels and Stills. I'm one of the closest stores to the Express Wine Spirits.
What's your name?
My name's Chang Huang.
Okay.
And I have someone speak for me.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm from Fuji Liquor Plaza, so we also very close the new liquor store. So we don't need any new liquor store.
What's your name?
Mr. Liu.
Okay.
Hi, committee. Thanks for the time. Kunal Patel here on behalf of Barrels, Wines, and Stills, as well as Fuji and Plaza. As Mr. Babian, not to repeat, we know that the town of Huntington also has a resolution that they passed some years ago indicating that their market saturation with liquor stores, and they've urged the committee to consider that heavily.
To your knowledge, is that still in place?
Yes, it is still in place, and I believe there's some letter that you received from town councilmen that represent that. And in addition to that, very simply, as we know, in the last 3.5 years, this is the 3rd attempt now to open a location between these 2 key locations. Traffic pattern doesn't change. There's no major thoroughfare change, and obviously population-wise, I don't think anything's changed. And I think you have 2 letters, one from Mark Cuthbertson and one from Mr. Chad Lupinacci, both indicating that their impression of the town of Huntington and really all the stores that are existing there, nothing has changed. We urge the committee to really consider their previous decisions in seeing that there really is no additional public convenience to be served by adding another liquor store.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm coming from the JH Best Wine and Liquor. It's our store. Opened the store about 1.5 miles, and right now it's not much profit. A lot of big stores sell at a cheap price. So if every year going down to the business, so we don't want to open the new store.
Okay, thank you.
I'm from Wine Liquor in the Jericho Turnpike. I have the.
Could you just put your name on the record, please?
My name is Shirley Cheha, and the business go down is 10 to 12% from this year because when I take over the last year, so I rejected the application for the license.
Okay, thank you.
One question before you guys start. You sold your prior store.
What?
He sold his prior store. Do you still hold the promissory note to the buyer?
No, it doesn't.
Because that term was February of 2019.
Yeah, but that's transferred already like last year.
It was paid off last year? We'll need proof of that.
You transferred to who?
We transferred to my son's name. Last year we did, because actually what happens, they're not paying the notes. We didn't get any notes yet. So I was doing nothing at all, so we have to do some businesses. That's why we transferred it, so I have to have some, when I got some money from them, so I have to use to open another store.
But who'd you transfer the note to?
That we transferred to my son's name. That's last year we did it.
Okay.
Because they didn't pay nothing.
All right, I don't.
Because the notes.
So you heard them, I don't.
Yeah, right. Basically, look.
There's a resolution in the town that's been in place for several years that's asked us not to put any more liquor stores there. You've heard from them that there's been 6 applications in the probably since I've been here. and they all got denied. 3 within a stone's throw of this location. What are you bringing to the table that they're not?
Actually, sir, this is the location is actually 0.9 from this 110 is the one of the busiest location in Long Island.
No question.
Yes.
That's why there's already 16 licenses within 3 miles.
40 to 50,000 car pass every day. And on this, I have a freestanding building with 1,100 square feet, but I'm using only 700 square feet. But the whole thing is the all mall, Wild Wetman Mall, the whole shopping centers. I have a, this is a store. These are the sort of
But you haven't answered, that's great, it's a great store, but you haven't answered my question. There's 16 stores in 3 miles. What are you providing that these 16 stores don't provide?
From Long Island Expressway till Jericho Turnpike, 6 miles, there's no stores. On the northeast, there's no store at all.
Yeah, but you're on Walt Whitman Road.
Whitman Road and northeast
On the east side.
East side.
East side of Walt
But the
Whitman.
store, they always say that the other side, on the west side, there's 2 discount stores, big stores.
What are you gonna do?
And we're gonna open here like it's a very high-end store, like always the high-end wines, Napa Valley wines, everything different, no discount, no yellowtail, nothing like that. So I have to be like attached with this mall. This one of the.
I mean, I don't have any other questions. I don't know if you do.
I don't either.
The mall is totally attached with this one and with all.
This isn't, sir, this isn't even about the store you're going to open, and it's not about you. It's about the fact that the town, which we generally do listen to the towns, has asked us not to put any more there. That's 1. 2, you have 16 stores in 3 miles. 3, we have 3 stores that we've denied in the last couple of years that are in this exact same area that you're applying. What do I go tell those people that I denied? The only reason they got denied is because we were, for the same reason you're going to get denied by me, is that there is no public convenience and advantage to putting another one there.
There's a public convenience because there's a mall next, building is attached to the mall.
But there's 16 stores they can.
This is the one of the busiest, that's why people apply here and they reject it, but this is one of the busiest locations.
And there's already guys there. There's already stores there.
On
So
the west side.
Are you ready to vote?
Yeah, I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner?
I mean, I don't recall seeing such a succession of denials by different boards since I've been here. The only 2 new licenses were stores that were really replacements of existing licenses, so they weren't new. And we have the history, we know how the town feels about it, they've made it clear to us, so there's just, I'm sure you're a fine applicant, potential licensee, but there's just no way I can approve this. So
I'm going to vote to deny as well. Since 2014, we have denied 5 applications for package stores in this general area, and 6 times in Huntington Station and the town. I mean, I don't know why you would bring an application from Huntington Station. And I am going to tell the next person who comes here, and I'm talking to you, that you're stealing from your clients. Because there is no reason to bring, until that town changes that resolution or somebody closes, there is no reason to bring an application in front of us and waste my time, your time, and your client's money. I are denied.
Thank you.
Next item, 1962, Oscar Wheeler Corp.
Just want to know for the record, the photos that you have in your attachments were mixed up with another. I have the photos on the computer, so yeah. They didn't match, that's why.
Hey, can we take a 5-minute
Yes.
pause, please?
Is this something
Taking a break.
something I said? I'm sorry. They don't like us. They don't. They have to take Scott here.
Our pizza just came. Our pizza just came.
Oh, okay. He said their pizza just came. He's just kidding, it's okay. That's the secretary. That's the deputy commissioner of licensing. That's one of the commissioners. That's the chairman. The man that sits here is the head of counsel's office. And that's the head of audio visual. And that's it. So what we're going to say, let's just follow my lead.
We're going to try to make logic of this. We were never aware that there was an opposition. This place has been here operating exactly as it is right now since 2005. It's been there since 2005.
That's right.
We bought it. You know, you're buying it. There's no adverse history that we're aware of. You know, they don't have violations. We sent the notice in June. They went in June. They observed dancing and live music, which is supposedly contrary to their permitted.
This.
Don off today?
And Jonathan.
They get days off.
Nothing to draw from, it's kind of tough.
All right, we're back on the record with item 1962.
Hello, I'm Patrick DeLuca. This is my client, Jose Fuentes. Mr. Fuentes bought this premise back in June. It was an operating premise at the time. It's been in operation since 2005 without any adverse history. When we were advised about the full board meeting, we asked what the issue was, and we were sent a copy of a letter that was sent to the authority on June 16th, and in it, it states that they went to the premise on June 14th, which it wasn't
Who's
my...
they?
They, I apologize, the town of Islip, went to the premise on June 14th, and my client wasn't in there yet. His application had just been filed. And the prior operator had dancing and live music, which they state is contrary to their permitted use. However, they didn't give them a ticket for it, so they weren't even aware that they went. And they mentioned public assembly permit. So my client went to his attorney, and yesterday they filed an application for a public assembly permit. It's been operating as it is right now since 2005. If we had known about it earlier, we would have applied earlier. And an earlier...
Well, that wasn't the only issue. I don't know, she didn't really cite any law, did she? The person from the town of Islip, but they're saying that it's not zoned to have music, and your client is looking to have live music.
My client, when we filed this application, we filed it and checked the boxes for everything that the current operator has and has had since 2005. I saw no reason not to. They don't have any violations. They've never been issued any kind of a violation from the town or anything like that. So we saw no reason not to. My client, his focus is an 11 to 11 restaurant, but when we were filing the notice, we saw no reason not to mimic what was already there. Now, we can remove it, and we would have removed it in June had we known that this letter had been sent to the authority. I asked you about that once before, about when the authority gets a letter or if there's any way that they let us know, and you had suggested we foil that information. And we've done that in the past, and we get back an email that says they can't give us any opposition letters until the application has been filed because they can't find it because it doesn't have a serial number. And I have the emails to show that.
All right, but this was filed in June.
What's that?
You gave notice to the town. Why haven't you inquired with the town if there was any
But
opposition?
unless they let us know there's an issue and I'm buying a fully functioning restaurant with no violations, what would
But you're
prompt me
willing
to
to
do
ask
that?
us, go ask them.
Well, we do. What I'm trying to say is that if they, this is the same issue that I've had many times, where they many times wouldn't even file the application if they knew there were violations or there was some issue with the town. In this instance, this current operator has been operating with the same music and the same dancing since...
Well, we get that, but
so
her point is if you're not getting it from us because the application's not filed yet, why don't you check with the town before you file the application?
We could, and we will.
Well, then why don't we do that
deal with
going
many
forward?
times.
Have you checked with them now to see what their problem is?
Yes, and we applied for a public assembly permit.
And they're telling you that if there's a public assembly permit, they're fine with live music?
The live music that my client, if they had asked us, his live music is mariachi bands. That's what he wanted, not bands. It's still live, but it's not quite what...
I don't think
this
they're going to
current place-
differentiate, so.
Well, they did in the past. Islip actually has one place
They
where
say if you have a mariachi band, you're good, but if you have a rock and roll band, you're not?
If you have a piano, you're okay, but if you have any other instruments, you're not. I have that one, yes.
Well, so what are we doing? What did they say about this?
Well, all they did was issue him, we filed for his public assembly permit. If they want us to, we have our certificate of compliance, which is the Islip CO, and it's a restaurant.
The prior did not apply for live music or dancing.
No, I know.
We don't really care if we have live music.
You're not gonna get it.
And it is an 11 to 11. My client has two other premises.
Did he know Mr. Martinez? Your client?
The seller? Who's Mr. Martinez?
Yeah,
The seller.
The seller. Oh, he met him?
I know him.
Yes. That's how we know there were no violations. That's what...
That there actually is a violation. They were selling liquor when they were only a restaurant wine, so.
No, I meant that for the dancing and the live music and the things that are on this letter.
All right, he wants 11 to 11?
Yep.
Yes.
Then he's open 11 to 11. Why did he submit the old restaurant's menu? He doesn't have a menu of his own?
He has two other places, and we did that while he develops it. It's his place it's going to be very similar. It's a family-style restaurant like the one over on Huntington Station that he operates currently.
Since 2003.
Well, this one is 2012. The Ravis Tavern is 2005.
Okay.
I'll vote to approve on, are we voting my way?
Yeah, yep.
Sorry. Obviously, there's no live music and no dancing. Not our call. It's
No, that's fine.
All right, so
No, it's our call now, so.
I guess it's our call too now. So, 11 to 11 hours, no live music, no dancing, that kind of stuff. I will vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. 11 to 11, no DJs, no live music, no dancing, no promoters.
No problem.
Food to be served at all hours that he's open. And did I say 11 to 11?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll approve.
And you're okay, Commissioner Ford, with those
Yes,
extra?
yep.
All right. All right, thanks.
All right, you good?
Next item, 2049, Kraft Burger New York Incorporated.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Give me that. Give me that. Okay, I'm Patrick DeLuca. We're back for the
This is
third
just
time.
for denial, right?
This was you had.
I'd already denied it and we held it over.
It changed a little bit.
Yeah, but I'm still denying it, unless you got a letter from the town saying they
No,
approve.
we removed the outdoor area, but, and what we were going to ask you is, if it's approved, he would have to provide a certificate of occupancy in order to pick it up. And if you made that a condition, then we wouldn't be able to get this until he gets that squared away with the town.
Or you can just reapply and bring it then. So denied. Until we, and I would suggest that you get something from the town, because they've made it clear that they don't want this there. And I'm not saying they're not going to change their mind, but
What we were trying to say about the contradiction was that although they're claiming that it's a takeout restaurant, we have the health permit for 16 seats.
It's been a restaurant for 40 years.
We'll be back.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Did you withdraw?
Would it be, no, we don't want to withdraw.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 1948, Blue Sky Liquor, Inc.
$1948, what happened to 46?
46 is after 48.
What did I just do with 48? Go ahead.
Unless you're going chronologically, then it's,
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, members of the board. Howard Levine for the applicant. I understand there are protesters here.
Looks like it. Mr. Lynn, go ahead.
you have to hold it up.
Well, they'll get, they're bringing something over.
Thank you.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I'm the attorney for 3 of the stores that are protesting this application: CK Wine and Liquor Corp., East Coast Wine and Liquor, and Lai Wang Wine and Liquor. The public convenience and advantage will not be served by licensing this applicant. The SLA GIS slant map proximity report annexed as my Exhibit A, and which is also this map, shows 6 liquor stores within 0.54 miles of this application. One store on Prince Street, the closest, is 738 feet away. There are 3 stores basically on Main Street itself. And this is 5.48 miles, so this is the applicant. This is the closest store, Prince Street. This is my client here, 1,300 feet away. And this is Main Street, so these two stores are on Main Street. This store is literally off of it. This is a sixth store that's here. I disregarded this store, even though it's within 0.54 miles, because this is Northern Boulevard. Northern Boulevard is a highly congested commercial traffic, so this neighborhood really has nothing to do with the main part over here, even though it is close, but it's not really relevant. So you do have 5 stores, and even though you don't have anything right here on Main Street, you have the one 1,300 feet away, 735 feet away, and then you have your 3 right on Main Street. 2 of the 4 close, as far as sales figures, 2 of the 4 closest stores show a decrease in sales in 2016. CK Wine and Liquor, the 3rd closest store, although this distance and this distance are like 5 or 6 feet apart. They're pretty much the same.
Which 2 did you say showed a decrease?
The ones that show decreases are
I see 1. And I see 1 with no.
Langley and East Coast. And from 2015 to 2016 shows decrease in both of those stores. Now, CK Wine and Liquor is interesting because it's not that it's a new store, but it was a sale. That sale occurred about 2 years ago. So on year 2015, you only have 4.5 months of sales. 2016, you have a full year. In year 2015, it showed $1 million of sales. In year 2016, it showed 1.7, which would at first glance appear that it was a substantial increase, but you have to take into account that 2015 was only 4.5 months, whereas 2016 was 12 months. So if you extrapolate it, even including the first year, 2015, that it did include the holidays, it would certainly seem as though that it was either stagnant or it should have been substantially more. Again, but that's problematic. It's not definite.
That's conjecture.
Correct. There wasn't in the file, because I had foiled, Prince Street Wine and Liquor, their sales. The gentleman here, who I don't represent, is from Prince Street. The very first question I asked was, why didn't you put in your sales figures? He says that he had emailed it to the authority.
We have them.
Oh, you do?
I don't know why you didn't get them, but we do have them.
Okay, and I had looked with Mr. Secretary, and I hadn't seen it there, but okay. So Prince Street does show a substantial increase in sales. However, that too is somewhat problematic because it's only been licensed for 3 years. So normally a new store does have increase in sales. As far as population and demographics, zip code 11354 shows a population increase of 1.01% from 2000 to 2010. And for the estimated 2015 population, it shows a little less than 4% increase over the last 5 years. I have that set forth in my Census Bureau figures for Exhibit C. There was a prior license disapproval in 2016. It was June 2016. The application of Cooling Company on Roosevelt Avenue under serial number 1294161 was disapproved upon public convenience and advantage. And what I did was I put a X over here to show where it was in relationship to all the other stores and to the applicant.
When was that?
To June 2016, last year. And it's right here, right in the same neighborhood that we're talking about right now. And that store was a 750 square foot store. The applicant here is apparently between 220 to 240 square foot store. It's within a hotel. The hotel is almost like one of those pencil hotels that is just in between some other stores, goes straight up, but it's only 4 or 5 floors. It's no more than that. It would appear as though the application is put in for public convenience advantage for the customers of that hotel. and nothing more, because you do have the other licensed premises in very, very close proximity. You do have somewhat of appearance of either stagnant or decrease in sales from 3 of the 4 stores, and you do have Prince Street that is only 3 years old, and you do have also my client CK Wines and Liquors, which is on the other side. So those 2 close stores, that they've only been in business for 2 years. So you have all those considerations with regards to this liquor store. As far as being able to supply anything new to the area, it is an all an Asian market. I can't conceive of what they might be able to bring new. I don't have any, there's nothing in the application that reflected that they had any new products or new service that they were going to bring other than being able to service the customers at the hotel. But it really, pragmatically, a customer at a hotel could just go 700 feet on one end, one way, 1,000 feet on the other, just go down Main Street, and you got 5 liquor stores that could be utilized by them. So I would say that public convenience and advantage is not served. I did visit the premises. It is very, very small. It's on the vestibule entrance to the hotel, and I can't see how public convenience and advantage would be served by licensing this premises.
I went there last night myself, as a matter of fact.
At the hotel or for the?
I went and took pictures of it and of the place, so I had a better idea about this.
You're right, Federal Express. I was very surprised when I saw it as well.
Store.
You went to Flushing last night?
Yes, I did.
Flushing, that's not derogatory.
He lives in Utica.
And I had some great Asian pastry while I was there, so it was great.
Wow.
Need a minute?
So who's here who's not your client that wants to come up?
Let them all introduce themselves, because
Everybody come up.
just introduce yourself and tell them your name and which store you're from.
Okay, hi, I'm Amy Tang. I'm representing East Coast Wine and Liquor.
My name is Yuan Gu. I'm here to represent the Lai Wang Liquor and Wines.
My name is Karen Wayne. I'm representing CK Wine Liquor.
My name is Cordelia Lee. I represent CK Wine Liquor.
Good morning. My name is Quinn Ng. I represent Prince Street Wine Liquor.
Hi, my name is Paul Lin, and I'm representing Flushing Liquors.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you very much. Howard Levine for the applicant. Commissioner, as you probably saw last night, this is a very unique opportunity where the applicant shares the lobby footprint of this hotel. It is not 4 or 5 stories as Mr. Lin has represented. Rather, it's 7 stories. It's actually 2 towers, 46 rooms. I have the manager of the hotel here, and she would like to address the board as well. I would like to utilize this diagram, if you don't mind, Mr. This is the applicant. I believe the applicant is actually a little bit north of here, closer to Northern Boulevard. Right here on Northern, in between the 2 lanes of Northern Boulevard, which is 3 lanes in each direction, there's the RKO Theater, which is a landmark theater. There has been a approval by the Landmark Commission.
Can you go back to the podium and speak?
There's been approval by the Landmark Commission, and actually it's been expedited to transfer that property into a condo/commercial premises. They are offering 269 units right here.
On the other side of Northern Boulevard?
Northern Boulevard transverses east-west.
Right.
In between the 2 lanes of traffic, there is a green area. It's diverging. And right there's going to be 269 residential units over commercial space. In fact, it's so close that it's within the bird's eye diagram of the applicant, which was submitted in support of the application.
It's a pretty rundown building right now.
It is, but it's a landmark.
Covered with graffiti and everything else, but it does stare right down Main Street.
It stares right down Main Street, and speaking of throwing a rock close enough, I could throw a rock from the applicant and probably hit that movie theater. It is run down on the outside, but the interior is absolutely extraordinary. And while Landmark approved the construction of this tower above it and expedited approval of it, it did require that the lobby maintain in its pristine form from the 1920s, and that's how you'll enter the residential unit. But going back to the fact that it's going to serve the public.
So is there a bridge in, how do you have to cross Northern Boulevard to get to it, though?
There's a walkway, there's a traverse. The manager of the hotel is going to explain to you that when clients come in to visit the area, domestic, more often international, they're getting off flights 10 hours, 12 hours, 15 hours with a whole ton of luggage. They have no idea where they are. All they know is an Uber or a cab picks them up at the airport and brings them right to the hotel. And time again, with significant frequency, she's asked, we've just got off a 12, 15-hour flight. Where can I get a bottle of wine or some product so that I can go upstairs and relax?
And does she point 700 feet away and say?
No, she doesn't. Because if you look at the maps figures that I submitted in support of the application, they're off slightly. It's not 738 feet. It's 800 plus feet. There's some slight variations, but they're not visible one from the other. So to tell someone who just flew in from Asia, walk 2 blocks this way, walk 2 blocks that way, when you're standing there with your luggage, you have no idea where you are, it's very different than saying the hotel has a liquor store, a very, very small one with limited product in its lobby where you can go in and make a purchase and we will have it brought right up to your room for you. That in conjunction with the fact that the area is increasing, a 4% increase in a population of 58,000 is significant as opposed to a more rural area upstate. In fact, as my submission in support of the application reveals, the area is so congested that $7.8 million was expended by the DOT very recently to increase the size of the sidewalks right in front of my client's store heading south. And the president of the Greater Flushing Chamber of Commerce opined that this area is so heavily populated with pedestrian traffic, it's second only to Times Square. Moreover, 55% of the population in the area has no car and walks to work. That's how heavy and significant the foot traffic in the area is. Again, 2 towers right above it, 7 stories, 46 rooms. You'll hear from the manager that in the high season, they're booked, they're sold out. In the lower seasons, they average around 80% occupancy. Now let's talk about the closest stores. Prince Street, which is around the corner, SLA Maps has it at 850 feet, has increased sales from 2014 of 200%. There could be no greater success story. And if you look at the last 2 years, it's increased by more than 20%, from $1.8 million to $2.3 million. And it's 4 times the size of this boutique liquor store that we're looking to put into the lobby of an international hotel. 4 times the size, 200% increase. CK Wine, which is on Union Street, increased by more than 70% since it took over. Now, Mr.
Well, that
Lin,
one's on less than half a year.
Mr. Lin raises the point that it's $1 million by only 4 months. But we have no idea what effort the prior owner put into it. And as Commissioner Ford mentioned, it really is only conjecture. And the fact they went from $1 million to $1.7 million, even if it's not 70%, it's certainly significant. And in light of Prince's 200% increase, it's staggering.
How are you getting it significant when typically 40% happens after June 1st?
Because the fact of the matter is, you have 12...
More than 50%. You know what I'm saying. The holiday season is their highest season. So.
Of course. And it appears to me that they were in operation during that holiday season, and it was that boom that brought us to $1 million. However, the seller, we have no idea what the seller's motivation was or what his prior business practice was. He may have, this...
I get that, but why is it relevant? How are you assuming there's an increase between $1 million and 1.7? I don't get that.
Well, because first of all, we have nothing before us that shows that it was only 4 months. We have nothing...
Yeah, we do. We issued the license in August.
Well, we have nothing to show what the prior sales were.
True.
So even if it's discounted, we look at Prince Street, which is the closest. It has sales increase of 200%. Then you look at East Coast, which is on Main Street, but is much, much further south. This congested area here is where the sidewalks were expanded because there was such tremendous foot traffic. This is the applicant. That's Main Street. That's East Coast. Their sales from 2013 to 16 have increased 10%. From 15
Yeah, but
to
from
16,
15 to 16, they dropped 20,000.
From 15 to 16, they dropped 20,000, which is less than 1%. But if you look overall, from 2013 to 16, that's a 10% increase. When you look at, and I just want to add one thing. Again, Prince Street is 1,200 square feet. It's 4 times the size. CK is 2,500 square feet. That's 8 times the size of the applicant. East Coast is 50% larger. Lei Wang also saw a slight dip from 1,000,002 to 1,187,000. It's 1,300 square feet. That's 4 times. And Our Enterprises, which doesn't appear to be here today, also submitted gross sales. They show an increase 2013-2015 of 25% from 325 to 409,000. And they're also 4 times the size of this applicant. So I think that the closest stores are hard-pressed to say that there is going to be detriment to their business from a store that's 1/8 the size of one, 1/4 the size of another, 50% smaller than the others. No basement for storage, no other ancillary uses, but between 280 and 300 feet. I'm not sure where the 240 came from. It's an irregular size. It's 280 to 300 square feet. And they are not going to focus their attention on Asian product because it is offered in every store. Their target audience is those traveling from out of town. They want to show them the domestic product, the New York State product, and say, welcome to New York. There's a reason why there's the slogan, I love New York. And this applicant wants to show the visitors, here's your first taste of New York at the very footsteps of where you'll be staying. They're committed to 25% local product. If you suggest they'll even offer more than that. And the other thing is they want to tailor their hours to coincide with check-in. So whereas the other stores, pursuant to the mandates of law, can operate from open to close regarding restrictions, applicant does not want to open until 3 p.m. in the afternoon, which is right around check-in time, and then close at midnight except for Sunday and holidays. But it would also be willing to close a little bit earlier if that was a concern of the authority as well. I just want to add one quick other thing. So you have 269 condo units that's within the bird's eye view of the applicant. You also have the Flushing Commons mega project, which is only 1.5 blocks south. That's $1 billion project that's going to add 1.8 million square feet of residential and office space. 1.5 blocks. There's going to be 600 condominiums. There's going to be 5 towers. There's also the Farrington. The Farrington is 2 blocks north on the other side of Northern Boulevard, right around this area. The Farrington is going to have 101 condominiums, 176 hotel rooms run by the Four Points Sheraton. And the offering plan filed with the Attorney General suggests that each condo is going to sell for $1 million. It's going to bring a tremendous amount of money into this area. And every construction project that I'm referring to has been greenlit, and I've submitted with the support proof of that. So we're not talking about construction that's going to commence in 5 years from now. We're talking about construction that's underway. And in Flushing Commons mega project, 90% of the condominium units have been sold, and residents are already moving in. Right next to the Farrington, in fact, directly adjacent to it, the same developer is adding a 13-story tower, 344,000 square feet, which will be 130 condos, 206 hotel rooms, 6 retail spaces, independent restaurant, a community center, 200 off-street parking. So between the two, you have 500,000 square feet of construction right here. You have 1.8 million square feet right here, and you have 206 condos right here.
He has a picture that theater is on the other side of Northern Boulevard,
My understanding,
and there is no walkway.
Yeah, no, it's just,
my
it's a divided highway.
right-
It's just a divided highway, that's all.
I stand corrected, but my understanding is it's.
No, it's on the far side of Northern
It's
Boulevard.
on the other side.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. Right here, from the applicant, is a half a block. And it's not, and there is a way to get across. You're not barred from walking
Oh,
from the
right.
top of Main Street
Traffic lights.
to that hotel.
You can stop and
Exactly,
walk
exactly.
across. It's not an issue.
I just want to point out, on College Point Boulevard, a half a block south and 2 blocks west, 16-story towers going up. I submitted buildings department records on that as well. And at one Flushing, a 10-story unit. Finally, the application that was denied in 2016, I have the information from MAPS. It was only 420 square feet from its nearest neighbor. MAPS in our scenario has our nearest neighbor at 850 square feet. That's double the distance between the application that was denied and the application that's before you
Who was the
today.
nearest neighbor? Because it doesn't look like there's anybody within 400.
Here, can I hand this up to you? It's CK.
Chairman, he was correct.
Okay.
We were
Here, you can take it back.
We were here, what was 450.
Okay.
Map says 420, but I just want to point out, and I'm sure that Mr. Lynn, the map is beautiful, and I'm sure it was painstaking, but pursuant to the map printout, the denial was much closer to the corner, and the applicant and the current licensee was a little bit south, so these two would be a little bit closer. In any event, 420 square feet was denied in 2016 for an applicant who was 4 times the size as the applicant before you today, which is double the distance from its nearest neighbor. I will not have them repeat anything, but I'd like you to hear from the hotel manager.
Mr. Levine, counsel, I would suggest that the hotel manager actually, my suggestion would be that they don't say too much. From what you've said to me so far, it sounds like you have a hotel of an occupancy of over 20 people, and what it sounds like so far from looking at my records is that this hotel does not have a liquor license. Is that correct?
That's correct, and
So essentially what you've described is that this hotel could very easily become an illegal bottle club.
no, not at all. Not at all,
If they
because
have over 20 people consuming alcohol that is sold in the lobby, which you've just described as almost the business model as these things are being built, aside from any other concerns I have about the fact that the size of this establishment almost by definition says that it either is going to be selling on the internet or selling specifically to patrons of this hotel, all I've heard is a number of impediments to legal activity. So I'm just cautiously suggesting that it may be in your interest to not say anything as to.
I appreciate you making that point, and I would just like to take an opportunity to address it. They do share the footprint of this address. There is no interior access between the.
That's not the issue.
No, I understand that. There's no interior access between the two. They do not intend at this time to sell online. Yes, they intend to cater to the hotel, but as you'll hear from the manager, there are not 20 inquiries a day, but there are inquiries with frequency. So no, it's not anticipated that there's going to be 20 people drinking on a premises at the same time.
Sir, that's not the issue.
That's the issue, Mr. Riano, as I understand.
I'm sorry, counsel, I didn't mean to. There's a definition of a bottle club under section 64B. And if you meet that definition, you're a place run for profit with an occupancy of more than 20 people, and you're allowing people to come into that building, that business, with alcoholic beverages to consume, you need a license. That's the council's point.
I appreciate that. But at the same time, and as my understanding goes, if I check into a hotel, I can have a bottle of wine and I can come in, and I may not bring it to their attention. They may not condone it. They may not know about it. It may be in luggage. But even if you put that aside for just a moment, the area is so intensely populated that it would call for approval just of a small store right in that area to serve the 1.8 million square feet of construction that's underway and imminently going to open. So you also have the number 7 Southern Line, you have the Long Island Railroad, you have a myriad bus stops up and down Main Street and all around Northern Boulevard. And again, if you're going to point to an applicant that was denied last year, we have to look at the proximity, only 420 square feet, and the fact that it's 4 times the size of this applicant.
Okay.
I think the number 7 subway line is more served by the applicants, the other licensees to the south, though.
That may be true, but you have to get to the 7. And to get to the 7, if you're in any of these areas, you have to go down the most populated street second only to Times Square.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready to go ahead and vote?
I don't, do you have anything else you want to add? Don't rehash everything you just said.
The only thing that public convenience and advantage is with regards to the entire area. We already, it's been acknowledged that this is going to be preferential use for the hotel people, and even then, it's...
I don't think he said preferential for the hotel. He's not going to open for the guests. I mean, what he said was they're going to ideally serve those guests.
Ideally serve those guests. And in addition, when guests come in, I do not think they have a kitchen. I don't think that they serve food. So if a customer wanted a bottle of wine, customers also want to have food. So it's not necessarily that they just get a bottle and go up to the room. That's not being
Well, we
fair.
know the liquor stores can't sell food.
No,
so-
but I'm saying, it's not the only reason that they come into the hotel and immediately request a bottle of wine. That's not being fair.
That's true.
Right.
I want to just add,
And also, just one other matter. I don't know if shovels been put in the dirt yet for any of these projects. I think the commissioner...
I'm assuming it has not. so-
Yeah, I assume it too, because even as I went around the area, I did not see, and especially the movie station, as the commissioner probably saw. I think it's going to take quite a while before that is completed or even work begun.
Okay.
add one thing. I want to clarify. The hotel is not serving as a preference the option to solicit alcohol to these people. It's just saying when somebody comes for the desk, hey, where can I buy product? It can direct them to a convenient location. It's not the hotel serving alcohol to anyone. It actually has nothing to do with the hotel's management or its employees. It's just its location. And we all know that getting through landmarks can take a tremendous amount of time on its own. The fact that the transformation of the RKO Theater was approved the first time around, and it's been fast-tracked, and I've submitted permit information on all of the construction to show.
No one's saying it's not going to happen. We're just saying that there's not a shovel in the ground yet.
Well, on the mega project, not only is there, the tower's up, 90% of the condos are sold, and residents are moving in. I submitted articles and statements
Yes,
to that
we
effect.
do have those.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your hours, what were you suggesting too? You said open at 3 o'clock and close what time?
Yes, sir. We were suggesting opening at 3 o'clock till midnight, except for Sunday. If it pleased the authority, we would close a little bit earlier. If it satisfied the authority, we would offer more than 25% of local product, since that is an attraction in an Asian community where they are used to and perhaps desensitized to Asian products, and maybe they're looking for others. And they would be flexible in both of those regards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to add that if you were to question the owners that are here, many of them do sell between 15 and 20% New York product.
I will take you on your word of that. Thank you.
And I'm sure they do, and I'm not offering that.
All right, we have enough.
Yeah,
Go.
Yeah. One of the reasons I wanted to go look at this place was because I thought it was unusual for a liquor store to be applying for a location within a hotel. It seemed kind of odd to me. Couldn't get my head around it. So it's one of the reasons why I wanted to look at it. But the place is the size of a relative postage stamp. And you do walk in, and it's on your left. And you to get to the hotel lobby, you do have to go past it, you know. But it is a separate entrance, and it's not There's no entrance into the hotel from it. The hotel lobby, I hope you do more business than I saw last night because there wasn't a soul in it. But nonetheless, looking at Main Street and Roosevelt Avenue, that area, it's massive amounts of foot traffic, just massive amounts. Had a hard time walking down the street. This store is only going to be, what, 300 square feet? Is that what you guys came up with? At the most. At the most? In a area where the other stores are almost 7,000 square feet, as I totaled it all up. So I'm going to vote to approve. I can't find a reason to deny it, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. The closest store has shown an extraordinary increase in sales over the last year, and actually over the last 3 years, because it was almost open all of 2014. This is only going to be 280 square feet of retail. It's opening at 3 p.m., which I'm going to hold you to, and it's carrying 25% New York State products. I don't care when the store closes, but it will only be allowed to be open from 3 until when the law says it has to close. I think there is a public convenience and advantage to, based on the development in the area as well as the hotel, and given the size, I don't think it's going to affect anybody, to be honest with you, particularly the two closest that seem to have increasing sales. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 1946, Vineyards of East Meadow, LLC.
So do we have any opposition here?
There wouldn't be, because this was a licensing board disapproval.
Oh, we didn't, this never even got to us?
Right, so if you reconsider it, it would just go back to the licensing board.
Okay. And you, licensing board, denied it based on our previous denial?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to save you the picture, unless you need to see it.
No.
Yeah.
Well, look at it. Just very nice job.
You go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford. I have with me Ryan Leonard, who is the owner of Vineyards of East Meadow, which is the applicant to purchase an existing package store in East Meadow, New York, M&J Wines and Spirits. We are here to ask the board to reconsider denial by licensing in June. And I will keep the history brief, as I'm sure Chairman Bradley is familiar with it. Back in fall of 2015, Ms. Leonard submitted her original application to purchase the same store. That application came before the board in March of 2016. At the time, there was an investigation into certain members of the Stu Leonard organization, and the board acknowledged, and we agree, that Ms. Leonard had absolutely nothing to do with that investigation and was not a part of it in any way. But the board determined that due to the investigation, there was a dark cloud over her application.
See, that's not really, and I read your letter, that's not really what my problem was with her. And the reason I'm probably going to change my mind here is I think she learned from this.
Absolutely.
I don't think, the reason I denied it last time was based on some of the stuff I saw. She had very little to nothing to do with the purchase of the store back then. And it was obvious that her father, who was involved in multiple, or her family, who was involved in multiple liquor stores, including her father, who obviously owns Stu Leonard's and the various Stu Leonard's in the area, was the one that was driving it, which, as we all know, is not really legal since he already owns a liquor store. Correct. And that was my concern, and that's why it got denied, because based on the emails we saw, she had zero to do with it. Now, based on what I'm seeing, it seems to me that she does have a lot to do with it.
She absolutely does.
And based on some of the representations you've made, that she's not going to even be remotely attached to the Stu Leonard's name or their marketing or anything to do with that.
That is correct.
So I'm willing, based on that, to reconsider based on what I've seen. I don't know, I can't speak for Commissioner Ford, but that's where I'm at.
Everything seems in order now. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay.
So,
the only thing I would ask is if licensing could review the application on an expedited basis, as it was submitted in June, and we do have certain deadlines in the purchase contract with the landlord.
We don't do anything, it's up to you.
No, we don't, well.
I'm not going to ask them to do that because we're kind of strapped.
I appreciate that.
But we will obviously get to it as soon as we can.
So
anything you can do.
The prior decision is rescinded and it's returned to licensing.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
We'll have to come back for you. then.
Yes, yeah.
The next item, or items, are 2034, 2036, and 2041, Young's Entertainment LTD.
Good morning. Howard Levine for Young's. I have here with me today Eason Chen, who is a day-to-day worker in the organization. Mr. Wang, who is the principal of the licensee, intended to be here today, but he fell ill. I also have Emmanuel Rodriguez, who is a licensed security guard, and Mark Yahia, who is the owner and president of Elite Security System. There are some very, very serious charges here that were raised against the licensee. And I've sat with the licensee and his staff, and I've gone through each one of these very, very carefully, in fact, painstakingly, together with the review of the law. This licensee understands that even though there might be a truly isolated, spontaneous incident, that when there's more than one of them, it creates a pattern. I have implored upon them that they need to make wholesale changes from the top of the organization right down to the bottom if they want to stay in business. And even if they make those changes, there's no guarantee that they will. What they've done is they've hired a new security firm, Elite Protection, and you'll hear from its president and CEO. This is the real deal. He has security guards protecting buildings surrounding this building, in fact, and all over the tri-state area. He employs only licensed guards. He makes sure that they have their post-licensing accreditation periodically. They are required to review a handbook. There's pseudo-testing on the handbook, and there's an absolute zero-tolerance policy that his security guards employ. If an individual even appears to be inebriated, they're cut off, they're removed before an incident happens, before it's too late. The most serious incident that was charged here involved a stabbing. I won't insult the authority to downplay it at all, except to point out one thing. The staff did exactly what it was supposed to do. It saw unruly patrons. It immediately removed them from the premises. It called police. It participated in the investigation. It immediately turned over surveillance video, which proved useful, but unfortunately, it also had its own limitations. In fact, the police officer that issued a summons on that day issued it for disorderly premises. But I worked very carefully with the district attorney's office, DA Matt Reno. We went through the discovery that Mr. Buckley produced, and he did his own independent inquiry. And pursuant to the transcript that I submitted to you, the DA moved to dismiss the summons. It wasn't that I moved on a technicality or for some facial insufficiency, but what DA Reno explained to me is, hey, your client did what it was supposed to do, and it actually helped us out. So it was the DA that moved to dismiss those charges. But nonetheless, they're very serious charges, and someone was hurt, and this licensee takes responsibility for it and acknowledges that more can be done. It's committed to doing more, and it is doing more.
All right, can we take 2 seconds? You want to talk to counsel?
You don't have a secretary.
Oh,
Part of the wholesale changes that you'll hear about from the security company, security guards are going to sweep each karaoke room every 10 minutes. And that's not only to make sure that there's no indoor smoking, but it's also to make sure that there's no illicit activity and that there's no behavior that is inappropriate. Every 10 minutes, a guard is going to walk into and through the room. Now, it's not a...
Are there? How many rooms?
There are, how many rooms are there? 20 rooms. 20 or 29?
No, 20.
20? 20 rooms.
how many guards?
And how many guards do you have a night? That's 5. Now, the door to the karaoke room has a big glass plate in it, but at this point, and because of these charges, it does not suffice for me for the security guard to walk by, take a look through the glass.
1 second, is that live, Juan? We good?
It does not suffice for me, and I'm sure it wasn't for you, for a security guard to walk by a door with a big piece of glass and just look and go to the next one. That door is now going to open, security guard is going to walk in and around and out every 10 minutes, and there will be a log of it. Further, the licensee is committed to having each of its employees understand the ramifications of alcohol sale and to attend ATAP programs and to get ATAP certification.
So why, and this is a great dance you're doing for us here, but, you're aware of their history.
Yes.
Which was pretty bad to begin with. Why now are they suddenly seeing God?
Well,
other than the fact that I may yank the license from them.
I think that's exactly why, and I won't insult you to dress it up in any other way.
I don't get insulted.
These are very, very serious charges, and I have gone through every one of them with them in painstaking detail. Mr. Buckley and I spent a tremendous amount of time going through these charges and the discovery to come up with what he thought was the appropriate offer, and I absolutely agreed. If you disagree and think that perhaps
I do.
Okay, so then obviously that's
I was in more in the ballpark of 20,000.
Well, there's going to be,
given that there was, it's not just the lack of supervision, which ironically I didn't see charged here, but it's also the drug possession. Even though they were going and allegedly checking the rooms, whether it be 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever the case may be, people felt comfortable enough to bring ketamine in there, to bring cocaine in there, not only bring it in, but it was found in plain view. Smoking, they felt comfortable enough to do that. So that to me it has nothing to do with how often you're checking the room. It has to do with the fact that if they're going to get caught, they're not going to do anything about it. So that's where I don't know where Commissioner Ford is. I'm at 20,000. If that's not accepted, I'm going to direct them to go back and add lack of supervision and a focal point charge. And if it goes to hearing, the 20,000 will not be available.
Chairman, I agree with every single word you just said. 100%. I absolutely do. But what I can qualify and say is the following. They have a new security team, and I
hope they do.
I just want you to hear
I'm not going to go down. I mean, that's where we're at, so let's move it.
I understand it, and I know that you have a lot of other cases to get to. That number is absolutely acceptable, without reservation.
I don't know if it's acceptable to Ford.
No, that's acceptable to me, too. As a matter of fact, it's exactly what I was thinking as well.
Thank you both very much.
Actually, you're accepting the counteroffer, so you'll get a letter with that information in it then.
There's no
Yes,
other
sir.
pending cases. Would you like?
There are
license-
pending or no?
Would you like licensing to act on the renewal?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you
After we
very much.
receive the check.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Yes, the renewal was sent in with the check. The check for the fine will be sent in, and then we'll proceed from a pending status.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right, the next item is 2018, an Andicar Corp.
2018.
2018.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is John Russell, and I represent Endicott Corp. in this proceeding. Present with me today is Mr. Virendra Sharma, who is he's a member of the corporation. He's the manager of the building, and he was there on April 23rd, 2017, which is the date in question. I thank the board for granting my application for reconsideration.
We didn't grant the reconsideration yet.
I'm sorry, I thought you did. Okay, anyway, we're here to answer any questions that...
We're here to decide whether we're going to reconsider it.
Right. My client has contended that he never got notice, and there wasn't a...
Where does he live?
He lives... Tell him where you live in.
We live in Astoria now.
When did you move?
About a year and a half ago.
And you never told us.
And your name is again what?
Virendra Sharma.
V-I-R-E...
Who's Radhika Sharma?
That's my wife.
That's the only listed principal.
And you're still with your wife?
Yes, I am.
And her, so I would assume her address changed too? She's not in Yonkers
no,
anymore?
We still have both address, but temporarily we're living in Astoria.
For the last year and a half?
Yes, sir.
And you never told us?
My apology.
So what do you want me to do here? He changed his address and didn't tell us. That's why he didn't get it. And then how did you get the notice of the fine then?
In the building, our mail gets mixed up with the other tenants, but at this time, the notice I got wasn't at the premises of business.
I mean, this is a pretty good deal he got, so I don't know what you want to do with it.
Well, I believe that in reading over the papers that was sent to me by the commission, by the authority, there doesn't seem to be any real factual basis to it. The police officer, the police action report says that a fight started outside on a public street, never includes his premises, never says anything took place inside the licensed premises, and there's no real...
We're here on a reopening, so if you want to try the case, that's a whole different thing, and that's the question that we're asking, but to try the case now is just not appropriate. I also want to make sure, I mean, you are aware that there are other pending charges, because I know you've replied to
They're
those,
on for the
correct?
17th of November,
Okay,
of
so
October.
he did receive all of that. This
I
is
could
just
leave
a
out all of
magical
that.
pleading that disappeared.
But he did get the notice that he was fined $2,500, so I'm going to deny the reconsideration.
Will he get additional time to make the payment to the 500?
That I don't know.
The business is like really, really bad.
I think you get another letter, right?
If you want, we'll send out another letter saying that the request was denied, and he'll get another period.
A due date.
Yeah, but Commissioner Ford has to vote.
I was going to, willing to grant reconsideration, but
You can.
I'll grant reconsideration.
Still denied.
Still denied, so. Sorry.
Okay, and we'll receive a note.
Yes, and then it'll give you a new date.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Next item, 1995, Sushi Vita, Inc.
Good morning. I'm Jared Cooper. I'm here on behalf of the licensee. Is it a conditional no contest?
Yeah, so the security guard hit one of the customers with a baton.
Yes. There was a altercation. I believe that he was allegedly defending himself.
It was a fight, so he wasn't trying to break up a fight. He actually got in a fight with this guy.
Yeah.
Are they still carrying batons?
No, actually, this guy no longer works for the security firm.
Okay, I'll accept.
You know, I also think there's another case that's pending that, I don't know if we can do this also, where I made an offer for, there was a sidewalk.
You can't really do, the reason you can't do it is because I don't have it in front of me, so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks.
Accept.
Next item is 2048, Montrose Snack Shop, Inc.
20 what, Tom?
2048. It was a matter that was held over.
Commissioner, Chairman, good morning, and members of the board. Mary Fakuri for Mr. Jamal, President, Montrose Snack Shop. The last time we appeared, I was up in Albany, and we pushed it out because my client was on vacation with his family.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So here's one where they're still operating under temporary license?
That will have to check.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm still on the laptop.
So my question is, how does he manage all these stores when they're all about 45 minutes to an hour apart?
So, Mr. Chairman, I talked to him about this, and he works hard. He told me he works over 80 hours a week. At this present time, between the 4 stores, he's paying over $33,000 a month in rents between the 4 stores. He wishes he could get a manager, but at this point, he has to manage it. He literally goes from Montrose to Dutchess
one
County.
second.
Sure.
He should not be working on a temporary permit. That was from the prior application. He was disapproved, he reapplied. There is a temporary permit pending.
Gotcha.
We'll make a decision.
He's not selling alcohol now. There's no temporary.
Thank you. All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I was saying is he's made it very clear. He is 100% active in all 4 locations. He goes every single day to Montrose and Dutchess, and he definitely goes 3 to 4 times a week between Saugerties and Kingston. They're very close relatively to each other. He's on the phone. He's in the car. He travels every day. He's 100% active in all locations. At this point, he wants to hire a manager, at least for the 2 locations up north in Kingston, Saugerties. But given the
The only reason I say that is because the only issue we have with him is the sales to minor, and I think with managers that the risk of that decreases.
What he did was, this location had a previous Ruby system. He upgraded the system. So now the system not only makes the clerk ask about how old you are, it makes you punch in a birthday. He updated that system. It's a very expensive system.
Scan ID, and then the system, they authorize it if the age is allowed to buy the beer product.
So that was done
It's a
right away.
Brand new system, it's called Ruby 2 Commander.
So that was done right away. He's told me that almost every week, 3 or 4 times a week, he calls his workers, and he's very adamant. Make sure you check IDs, not just for the beer, but for tobacco.
Tobacco, Lotto.
Everything. He just makes sure, and he sends mass texts to the workers that make sure you check IDs, make sure you check
Especially
IDs.
weekend, yes.
Especially on the weekends. So he's
We have
very,
storms, sorry, go ahead.
sure, he's very involved. He upgraded the system, and, at this point, Mr. Chairman, he's just, he's done everything he can. He works hard. He's got, family, he's got 4 kids. He works over 80 hours a week. He basically told me.
He has no other history besides that one when he's on the temp?
That's what I see.
Okay, all right, I'm good.
Yeah.
I approve.
Thank you.
I'll vote to approve. I don't think you want to come back here for another sale to a minor, though, okay?
No, 100%, 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item, 1956, Bogart House LLC.
Did he not recognize you? or-
No, we've been sitting next to each other for a couple of hours now.
No, we've been.
Yes, yes,
Is there any opposition here?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think, as you know, this is a change of method of operation to extend the interior hours for a catering establishment.
So first, why don't you explain, we screwed something up on the initial license of this?
Well, this is not the other one has.
Oh, I'm
more
thinking of your
stuff.
other
But
case.
this one is also, actually, the certificate actually also says closing at 2 PM and not 2 AM.
Okay.
So this one actually does have a mistake, but the other method of operation changes the one that.
That's
has
a different case, then.
That's the
Okay.
next one. Yes,
So you're just here to apply for extended hours?
extended hours for the interior areas for a
From what to
catering
what?
establishment. To 4 AM for the catering establishment.
Just the,
No change to the outdoor hours. Again, this is a catering establishment in a heavily industrial, there are no residences anywhere nearby. They've been operating for over a year without, there were some initial noise issues that were resolved. They haven't had any noise complaints in over a year.
Just on weekends, Fridays and Saturdays, right?
The extended
No,
hours?
Yeah.
just-
Yeah.
4 AM Friday and Saturday.
That's fine, yep.
And I would note, and there's no reason you might not know this, but there have been complaints that are in the system. We haven't sent out any charges, but they're in particular to sales to minors that it seems that the community has noticed or others have noticed at the premise. Like I said, there's nothing.
it's a catering hall, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
On the 3rd floor, an event space.
Yeah, 3rd floor.
Yeah, it's just a.
It's the first time I've ever heard of that.
And that is possible. And again, it's not something that
So
has
you
been
need to be
charged.
vigilant.
so what's the community board's issue with this?
Community Board, one of their other policies is generally for catering establishments, their policy has been 12 and 2.
And I see that,
Because we've had other catering establishments where they have tried to hold the hours to midnight as well, even, and so they sort of don't take into consideration, in particular, the.
And you're literally surrounded by other warehouses.
Correct.
So are you,
If you look, there's, in one of the photos, there's, one residential building a few blocks away, but it's all industrial.
Events booked every day?
No.
How big is your place as far as people? What will it hold?
We have a total occupancy of 300. It's on 2 floors. It's about 150 on each floor.
And it's one event at a time, or can you do two at a time?
We only do one at a time.
so you're 12 a.m. during the week now?
During the week, 12, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I will go 2 a.m. during the week and 4 a.m. on the weekends.
Thank you.
Same here.
Good luck.
Next item, 1961 William Vale Hotel LLC.
So this is the other change of method of operation with Mia Saul, who's the manager of the food and beverage operations there. And the only change in this one was to extend the hours of operation for the 4th floor pool deck, which now has the consent of the community board.
It does.
Yeah, yeah. I
Did
think
we
it-
get a letter from them that says that?
Yeah,
Or did you say that?
but it should have been,
It's closed at 8 now?
yeah, the pool
And
deck closes at 8.
and what do you want?
And the community board standard hours are 11 to 1, and we agreed to the community board standards hours, and they haven't had any issues with it. But I think this whole application was here, is before you, because you had initially, when it was approved, there was going to be a review, which sort of never happened.
Okay.
After 3 months, yeah.
Yeah, but,
So the only thing you're changing is the pool on Friday and Saturday is closing at 1. And it'll be 11 all the other nights.
correct.
We have the stipulation from the community board on that.
All right.
And then the other one was just correcting the way that I don't know if you had a chance to look at
Yes,
the
I
other
did,
agreement.
yeah. We apparently, you can correct that?
We'll correct that.
Okay, so correct that. If she doesn't call me, because she probably won't.
We've tried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I approve.
Approved.
All right, the next item you have is 2008. However, Mr. Mailer was here earlier. He has asked to have that held over. Apparently, there's another case, and that this is going to be part of some kind of global settlement. So that's going to be over until 9/27.
What did I do with my other one?
It's 2008.
This is when you went
Okay, held over.
over to which date?
Tom, what was the other number that we held over?
1955.
Okay, threw it away, okay.
That sounds right. Next item is 1993 GMB Group LLC.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, members of the board. I'm Harry Foreman. I'm the attorney representing the licensee, and this is Barry Morrison. Barry Morrison is the president of the corporation, but he also is a person that runs the business every day. As you know, we had a hearing, and after the hearing, the administrative law judge found that 8 out of 10 of the charges were not substantiated, and that included all disorderly premises charges for things inside the premises. What the administrative law judge found was sustained were 2 charges. One is lack of adequate supervision, and the other is a focal point of police attention. Both these really dealt with things that were going on in the street.
Well, counsel, I mean, it's not things that are going on in the street. I don't think that's a very fair characterization.
Well, there were different activities, rather than itemize them,
Well, counsel,
basically
I
events.
can go through her opinion. December 31st, 2016, somebody was stabbed while outside the establishment in the left buttocks after they were dancing with a woman inside the premises. December 14, 2016, there are 3 fights in or near the licensed premises, and a man allegedly hit over the head with a bottle. I don't remember if that's the one where there was 200 people outside the premises and the police had to send cars to break them up.
They were all
December
dismissed.
17, 2017, a victim complained that he was having a drink at the bar when he was hit over the head with the bottle. And this is not about the sustained charges, these are findings of fact. March 11, 2017, a woman is hit in the head inside the premises by a randomly thrown bottle. September 30.
I think there's a misunderstanding here that you think because they were dismissed, they can't be considered on the lack of supervision charge, and that's completely incorrect.
Well,
it means the events happened. The only thing was they said that the licensee didn't have enough knowledge or there wasn't a pattern to support that there was a disorder charge, but it certainly supports a lack of supervision charge.
Well, this is what I wanted to address. I'm not saying that events didn't occur in the street. But
they occurred inside.
Well, I understand, but they basically, anything that occurred inside, they found was not a disorderly premises because security took care of everything properly.
No. They found that they didn't suffer and permit the stuff to happen.
Right.
But it doesn't mean the events didn't happen, and it doesn't mean they were supervising the premises properly.
Well, this is my point. Basically, they did what was required by not permitting anything to occur.
That's not what the judge found at all. December 14, 2016, there were 3 fights around the premises, and the security was unable to control the crowds. All 3 police officers testified that security has difficulty controlling the crowds at closing time. They also testified that patrons take open containers with alcohol outside the club, et cetera, about all the stuff that happens in the neighborhood. So, counsel, that's just not true.
I'm just saying that every disorderly premises charge was not sustained.
That's true.
All right. So basically, we're back to 2 things: lack of adequate supervision.
Which every one of those, in my view, every one of those events that were contained in the disorderly premise charges supports.
Well, this is what I wanted to address. As far as lack of adequate supervision, at least there was a diligent effort on the part of the licensee in that the testimony was clear that if anything happened inside, the security guard stopped it and brought people outside.
That was a funny thing to me because I read the decision. And it appeared to me that he sat in his office. So how does he know what the security guard is doing? He wasn't aware of any problems because he stayed in the office all the time.
Well, no, he stayed in the office. At the end of the day, he didn't go.
Well, that's where most of the problems were happening.
He didn't go out into the street.
Right, well, that's where the problems were.
No, I understand, but I was talking about in the premises, the security guards removed.
Did he not
any
testify that he was not aware of any problems caused in the neighborhood by his premise?
Yes, outside.
You think that is a good supervision of a premise that is having problems?
The police officer testified that every time.
I'm talking about your client, not the police officer.
Well, no, but this has to do with that case. The police officer testified at the hearing that nightly, when the problems usually occurred, when people were leaving at 4 o'clock, every night he would see security guards from GMB outside getting people to move on.
Which leads us to our next charge, which is the focal point, and the fact is that the police had to be there every night.
Now, dealing with that, yes, there was testimony, it was a focal point, but there's also testimony.
You just confirmed it, because you just acknowledged they were there every night.
But there was another bar right across the street.
That may contribute to the problem, but it doesn't pull your guy off the hook.
Well, what I'm trying to say is there was another bar across the street that exited the same time, 4 o'clock at this bar, and you had crowds in the streets from both bars.
But the judge found that that's not a meritorious defense. The judge found that this is a focal point, and the judge even found in the decision that the testimony of the officers, which the judge discredited your client's testimony and said there's nothing there for me to credit. But the judge absolutely found that this place is a focal point. It's a drain on police resources. There's an existence of directed patrols. I mean, this is bad, counsel.
And for that reason, I have a proposal. I'm requesting that the board consider it. Since the 8 out of 10. Okay.
Go ahead. What do you want me to consider? I mean, the time for dealing was before the hearing, not when you come. When you end up here, then I get to talk.
Okay.
That's the benefit of my job.
All right. I'm asking that he remain in business with the following conditions. First of all, I point out there were no underage sales involved in any of these things. Mr. Morrison has been in business over 13 years. It's our
Well, and that, I guess the question I have, and he has been in business 13 years or almost 14 years, no, 13 years. It appears that he didn't start having trouble till 2012. What happened? And I'm asking him, not you. You look like from 2004 until 2012, or did we drop off some history there that I'm not seeing?
Checking now, because it would have been dropped off if there was any.
Do you know why? It's the change?
I think I think previously I had
Oh,
much more.
there's stuff going back.
There's stuff going on.
Okay. Well, then that.
Okay.
You
Well,
got
could I mention my proposal?
No, I think we all know where we're heading with this one. So I'm gonna dismiss 1, dismiss 2, dismiss 3, dismiss 4, dismiss 5, dismiss 6, dismiss 7, sustain 8, dismiss 9, sustain 10.
May I give a proposal, please?
You can give it, yeah.
Okay. All right. We're asking now, since we believe that most of the problems are from the younger crowd, although they're of legal age, they're the younger people, we ask that he remain in business by having a rule that all patrons have to be 32 years or older, that 7 days a week from 10 p.m. until closing, a security guard shall check with a scanner the photo IDs of all patrons to check their age and to search
Well, of all
everybody
these
with a
charges,
line.
there wasn't one underage, so I'm not really that concerned about it.
No, but what I'm saying
But
is, no, the reason for the scanner is to make sure they're 32, not that they're 21. Also, to change the crowd, besides the age of the crowd, we were going to have a dress code, no hats, no jeans, no sneakers, no T-shirts. All beverages to be consumed in the premises. And because both bars let out at 4, and you have all these people in the street going to a common parking lot, that he would close at 3.
Counsel, how can all beverages being consumed in the premises be a condition? That's the deal with the license. There's no all beverages except for some consumed outside.
And I mean, it's too late. I mean, this was something that should have been done really 2 or 3 years ago if you're going to make all these deals. I might cancel and bond, and also a location stop. I mean, it's lucky no one's gotten more seriously hurt, to be honest with you.
Yep, cancel and bond and location stop. I'm with the chairman on this one.
Okay, thank you.
The next item, 1976, 6 Soydem LLC.
Good morning,
1976.
Chairman, Commissioner.
1976.
Is there any opposition here?
We
There's-
didn't have anybody to contact. We didn't have, names.
Well, I think there's a question whether that name actually, or whether that person actually exists.
Chairman, I have a additional letter that only arrived yesterday that.
You have a what?
I have an additional letter from the other tenant who also has a window that faces the terrace.
Did that tenant indicate to you that there's no children living in the apartment where the?
I can provide you a copy.
Yeah,
of the
I'll
letter.
see it.
I know you're calling it a terrace, but it technically looks like a rooftop. And I don't see railings. I'm kind of got a concern on that.
So we have, since those photographs were taken, a platform sort of deck and then railings that are actually, I don't think you can you see over the railings?
No.
You can't even see over the railings that have been constructed.
They're 6 feet tall.
Yeah, they're 6 feet high. So we're happy to provide photographs of those railings if we proceed.
So what, did you go before the community board?
So Ms. Munoz has appeared before the Public Safety Committee. I didn't attend, but by all accounts, by Ms. Munoz's account at least, it went well. She's been told that they're willing to provide a letter of recommendation. They'd like her to come back on the 20th with some Department of Buildings paperwork that they're asking for, which she's planning.
Are they aware she's here today? I mean, I know you served notice, but did they discuss with you that they knew you were coming today?
Yes.
Okay.
Could it be this building here?
What are the hours of this place going to be?
The indoor or outdoor area?
Both.
So the
Oh,
indoor.
so you're looking for an adjournment, am I right?
Well, if it can be resolved today, we'd obviously prefer to do that, Chairman. My client is willing to agree to restricted hours on the.
Well, I'd rather, it's a 500-foot case, so I'd rather you do get something from the community board myself.
Then we'd ask for the matter to be laid over.
Okay.
Our only request would be that we adjourn to the October 11th meeting because Ms. Munoz has airline tickets booked and has paid for a retreat in California. And I can be here on the 27th.
No, that's fine.
But she cannot.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, why don't we do, are you going to have a letter by the 27th?
Yes, I'm hoping. It's a matter of the building department that's holding everything. So,
See, it's not that I don't trust you, I don't want to predict the community board, so we'll do it till the 11th.
Over to 10, 11.
Yeah, because they may tell you everything's fine, and then it goes south when you go to the meeting, I'm not
Prefer
going
not
to.
to come back.
Right.
If not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
1970, Kumari LLC.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. We do have some opposition, as you can see, so I imagine you want to hear from them first.
Yep.
Good afternoon, John Springer for Saligra Corporation, DBA Gary's Wine and Liquors. There's other store owners here who put their names on the record and may speak as well. They want to talk about the products that they have because we anticipate that the applicant is going to try to differentiate. You disapproved a license on November 22nd for Lower East Side Wines on 201 Allen Street. Based on saturations, that would have been a 650 square foot store. It's on the same street as the applicant. I realize the applicant's store goes from Allen Street to Orchard Street, and the entrance would be on Orchard Street, which would actually put it closer to my client than the one that was disapproved. This applicant is equally distant to the second and third, actually all three of the closest stores as the one you disapproved. The closest store has had declining sales for the last 3 years. The second closest store was was a transfer application that was, they just opened in March. And I would point out that they filed that transfer application just 2 weeks after the previous store was disapproved. They're not here today, and they did submit a letter. But I would gather that they felt somewhat comfortable going ahead with that deal because the store on that street, on the same street, was disapproved just 2 weeks before. That store is only 800 square feet. They don't even have any sales records yet. They should be given a chance to see what they can do. The third closest store, Gary's, an employee is here for the owner. It's an 800 square foot store. It was approved. It's been a bulletproof store historically, but they tell me that that's only because when they bought it, it was that way. They opened the doors during the day. It's not so it's not a traditional bulletproof store, and they've actually been talking to me about doing an application to remove the bulletproof glass eventually.
Which one is that's bulletproof?
The only one in the area that's bulletproof is the Saligra Corp. Gary's Wine at 141 Essex Street. I believe all the other stores are open.
And who are you representing?
Them.
Oh, okay.
Their gross sales, they've only been there for 3 years. Their gross sales in 2015 to 16 were very nominal increases. The rent and the inventory costs went up at a much greater rent. They told me what their profit was. Their profit definitely declined during that period. I don't have gross sales for East Village. I don't know if they submitted East Village Wine and Liquors. I don't know.
Are they open? Is there anybody here from them?
The license is active. There's nothing in the file.
Do you know if they're open?
Okay. The
Do you have an
seven,
application for that?
I'm aware of.
Go ahead.
The East Village removed to this location. That was what, 20?
2015.
there's seven stores within 1,400 feet. Depending on whether you use your numbers or the applicant's numbers, your numbers go 0.1, 0.2, 0.2, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3. The applicants are just a little different, but the point is made. I point out that the four closest stores have 3,100 square feet of total space. The applicant, although it's calling for 1,260 square feet of retail, its total size is almost 2,800 square feet. It's almost as large as the four closest stores.
What's the situation with Turtle Dove? Is that open? 2830 Clinton?
I have no information about that. That's
Do any of you?
5th or 6th. Were they sent a letter?
They were sent one, they didn't send it
Oh, they were
back.
sent, okay.
That's a wine store?
Yes, the wine store.
You're not familiar with them?
Clinton is the one that got moved from East Village became Clinton.
No, there's another one that's on the same street, supposedly, but further down. Okay, go ahead.
In any event, 2,800 square feet for this one store versus 3,100 for the four closest stores. I'd also point out, I don't know what kind of method of operation they're going to come tell you about, but they list 10 employees for 1,260 square feet of retail. Seems like a lot. I'll have these people come up and put the names on their record. They're ready and able to talk about what they have. I anticipate there's going to be a differentiation argument. Some of the principals of the applicant corporation apparently own a restaurant that has a lot of biodynamic organic wines, and these people all tell me that they're aware of what they have there, and they have a lot of the same products. Do you want to come up, put your names on the record, please?
Why don't you all come up at once, and just one right after the other?
Hi, my name is Shelley McClure. I own September Wines and Spirits on 100 Stanton Street. I don't know, can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, because I am the closest, and I have, I'm the most vulnerable to this store. This is a low-density neighborhood, primarily 4 to 6-story buildings with an abundance of retail liquor stores already. There are 4 existing stores in this tiny quadrant of the Lower East Side. Since I came before this board 12 years ago with my application, 4 new wine and liquor stores have opened in this neighborhood. We do not need a 5th. In the past few years alone, the authority has granted 2 new licensees in our immediate vicinity, and this has devastated my business. The State Liquor Authority is acutely aware of the oversaturation in our area, as evidenced by the denial of the application 1297426, the one at Allen Street that we were talking, 201 Allen, which was 650 square feet, much smaller than the current application. The neighborhood is in decline, as evidenced by the shuttered storefronts, and I sent you photographs. I mean, I could walk around all day with all of the shuttered storefronts. And also, I meant to mention, in between us, the liquor store, the proposed location, and me, there's a corner that's been vacant there, and I forgot to take a picture, but it's a huge location. The neighborhood is in decline, as evidenced by shuttered stores. My sales are down 6% in 2016, 5% in 2015, and a 2-year slide of 10%. And we are down or flat year-to-date so far. I mean, we're hoping for a good fourth quarter. Furthermore, there's a main corridor between the proposed location and my store that has 0 residential. It is a 1-story building with 2 restaurants and a bar, and there is no proposal to build on that. That has been that way for years. The only new residential construction in the neighborhood is a building on the block where my store is located. It's 1 block north of my store, and it's a block and a half north of the proposed location. So these people will be serviced just fine by all the other stores in the neighborhood. All the other construction in the neighborhood has been hotels. People don't travel to New York to go to their hotel rooms to drink wine. I guess some do in Flushing. Perhaps most importantly, I know the current applicant is focusing on an organic, biodynamic, natural wines and craft spirits, precisely the focus that my store has been since the beginning. We opened in 2005. We devoted a section to these wines, but as time went on, the majority of our SKUs were organic, biodynamic, sustainable, natural, and it made no sense just to have a section. Now the majority of our wines fit into these categories, as well as our craft spirits, and we were one of the original stores to offer primarily craft spirits. This applicant offers the neighborhood nothing new and should therefore be denied a license.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He has products listed and whatnot if you need that as well.
I do, and many of...
Well, I think she sent it in, so.
I did, yes, thank you. And this is my manager and wine buyer, Jason Cook.
If you have any questions, I could speak to the products that we sell that
We may later. Right now, I think we're all set.
Thank you.
My name is Imran Lalani. I'm the manager for Salgara Corp.
Okay.
I just agree with whatever they have.
He already spoke for you, so.
Hello, my name is Vinicius. I'm here representing Urban Wine and Spirits. We are the fifth closest store, only 0.3 miles north of this location.
Where, 250 East Houston? Or?
We're on 45 First Avenue, so when Allen becomes First Avenue, north of Houston.
Oh, you're not even on here. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it's only a 0.3 mile distance. We are already the fifth store regarding just the selection that we're, by knowing the restaurants that you already operate. We do a lot of, the same style of wines as they do on where they operate already, which was exactly the same thing that she was mentioning right now. Just by taking a quick look at the wine list that they have at those restaurants, there is an average of 15 to 20% of items that we already carry in the store. So if we're guessing that they're going to keep doing the same.
Well, why don't we hear from them?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
What's the size of your store?
480 for retail.
And
Square feet.
is that bulletproof or?
No, not at all. It's
Okay.
a boutique-like wood shelving.
And what kind of numbers have you had over the past 4 years since we don't
So
have
we
that?
have a slightly growth for the past 2 years.
Like what to what? Generally?
Like 10% of just about. 10 to 11%, but there's also like a good growth on deliveries and a lot of like partnerships with delivery apps, which already also take like a huge amount of commission on those deliveries. So doesn't necessarily mean a lot of profitability those sales.
Understood.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Edwin Lee from Liquors on Island. That was the store that he mentioned where the transfer license happened in March. So we don't have too much sales records, but I agreed on all the points that were already brought up. And I think we're like maybe 2 blocks south from the store. And I believe last year there was already a store on 130 Allen that got denied. And yeah, competition is pretty fierce. I think people can just walk about 2 blocks and go to a myriad of other stores too. So those are the points I want to bring up.
Okay, thanks.
Leo Kitaishvili, representing General Manager at East Houston Street Wine and Liquor. We agree with everything that the previous licenses has said, and thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That it? Mr. Levy.
I have Jeremiah Stone here with me, one of the principals, also a chef and one of the principals at 2 other restaurants on Orchard Street, Wild Air and Contra. Jeremiah and one of his partners in this liquor store venture are the 2 chefs at both of these restaurants, and I believe the members received my submission last week. So you can see that these are not just tiny little restaurants where you can run in and grab a burger. These are real culinary experiences. And part of what makes them so special is that experience that's fully curated by these gentlemen. And that includes not only the food preparation, but also the wine pairings. And they've really developed a reputation over the 2 or 3 years at one place and about 4 years at the other for having these really unique wines, and they've really focused on natural wines. Everyone comes up here and talks about biodynamic, organic, and they throw out all the buzzwords that maybe confuse some people. I'm going to have Jeremiah speak a little bit about natural wines and why he uses them and why he wants to focus on them shortly. The backdrop here is actually the growth in the neighborhood. You heard about how there are vacant storefronts and there's not any growth in the neighborhood, but I submitted to the members a list of 30-plus new construction buildings that some are underway, some are slated to get going, some are currently in process. And if you look at the snapshots that we took to hopefully make this a little bit easier, there are over 500 new apartments coming online in 2018 alone. So although some of them have projections that are a bit further out, there are many, many apartments that are already being rented, already being sold, some people living in them already, and there's been quite a change in this neighborhood even over the last year. And the license application that was denied that's right in this immediate vicinity about a year ago was brought up, saying there hasn't been any growth. That license was denied, so should this one. And what I would offer to the members is, I don't know if you've watched this tape back or not from that hearing, but Chairman, you had actually mentioned that it looks like things are going in a good direction here, but you're not comfortable adding another store yet. Maybe in a year you'd feel comfortable. So here we are 10-plus months later. So anyway, so the backdrop here is the growth and the fact that there is a need for an additional store here that's going to have different products. The big argument here, though, is the novel concept. And not only the novel concept of having a store that's focused 100% on natural wines, which we can confidently say would be the first one in New York City.
So if they want to focus on natural wines, why are they applying for a full liquor?
Because there are some small batch boutique spirit companies that we would like to feature as well. We would anticipate a very low percentage, and we can talk about that later if that's a restriction the board would like to put on us. But the focus
I don't know how I would enforce it, but given the size of the store that you're proposing, it seems like they want to do a lot more than focus on natural wines.
Well, so the size, I'll talk about the size for a second. When full construction will be done, the reality is we'll be looking at about 1,000 or 1,100 square feet of patron space. The rest will be storage, office, back office. So it's not quite as large as was represented earlier. And, you know, the important thing here is that so anyway, people come to these restaurants. They're very, very busy, and people have a great experience. They know for the food they need Jeremiah or Fabian to cook it. But they ask about the wine constantly. Where can I buy this wine? Where can I go and bring some of this home? And these guys have nowhere to send them nearby. They have one option way downtown, one option further uptown, no one nearby. So the idea for putting in this application for this concept was well thought out. We did our homework. It was a combination of the patrons of the restaurants asking for this type of wine that they couldn't find elsewhere, a combination of Jeremiah going to the 4 local closest stores, 5 closest stores, looking at their inventory, seeing what they have on the shelves, going online, seeing what they carry, and finding zero crossover with the products he does plan to carry. So what I would submit to the members is that public convenience and advantage would be serviced here, because we're going to have a novel concept, a unique store that's going to have a unique offering that we would represent you couldn't find anywhere else in New York City. And it's going to be a store concept that's going to actually function along with the restaurants. So the ownership here is the same. You have individuals cooking great food right down the street, really investing back into the community, into this block specifically, filling those empty storefronts that you heard about earlier with another piece of the puzzle. This will be an extension of the restaurants, so to speak, to really kind of curate a full experience for the people that they bring into the restaurant. And you know this neighborhood, you know this community board, you know this block association, specifically the Lower East Side dwellers. I spoke to them previously to ask about these restaurants, what they think of these guys as owners, and if they'd be supportive if they were going to do something else. And they had nothing but great things to say about how they are as operators. They wish they had more places like them in the neighborhood, and they love the fact that they're investing back into their street and their neighborhood, and they're really planting roots to stay here for a while. So again, novel concept. It's really an extension of this whole experience with the restaurants, and that's a unique thing. And you combine that with the fact that there's exceptional growth, I think we can serve the public convenience and advantage here. I would like Jeremiah to say a few words about natural wine, his process, and what his concept's going to be.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah Stone, Chairman, Commissioner. Thank you for having me. I want to talk a little bit about I know that a couple of people have been saying that there's a little bit of overlap or similar selection. We visited a lot of the stores. There's either 0 to, possibly 3-4 bottles out of, hundreds of selections. The kind of wine that we serve in the restaurants is widely known as natural wine, which can cover a gamut of different qualifications. But what we qualify that as wines with, they're mostly low intervention, little to no sulfite, so no additives. There's a number of things you can put into wines and the way you can farm. We work very closely with most, I can say I'm the only one in this room that has a relationship with the winemakers themselves. We host them for winemaker dinners. I myself travel to France several times a year. I used to live in Paris for several years. We have relationships where we go and visit the wineries and spend time with the winemakers. And then Jorge Riera, who is our sommelier in the restaurants, he spends 1 month out of the year in Italy, 1 month out of the year in Spain, working with the winemakers, analyzing their process, learning about the wines firsthand, and we're the only people that do it. Most of these wines, nobody can say that they have them not only in the area, but in the entire state, because there's small allocation. There's some wines that come directly into New York, and we have the entire allocation for it. So there's no way that anyone can say that they carry it in a restaurant or in a wine store. So we want to be able to offer some of these wines that we have exclusive. Basically, we pre-purchase a lot of these wines from the importers. We say, we're looking to take the entire amount that you're going to get of these. They only get 6 bottles sometimes. We take them, we'll purchase them all. Most of the wines that we serve, we would like to have almost 100% overlap in the wine store. So when people finish their meal, they can go and immediately purchase a bottle that they enjoyed and take that to have with their family on the weekend. We want to create a system using the same point of sale system, so we're able to see the back end of what they've purchased in the restaurants, keep track, and they can say, oh, I had a bottle of wine two weeks ago, this is my name, and we're able to find out exactly what they drank. We have an intricate knowledge of serving these wines. We spend a lot of time educating people on what these wines are like and how they go with the food that we serve. And after, sometimes people come, they've never had quote-unquote natural wines, they're conventional wine drinkers, and they come into the restaurant because they've been recommended or they read about our place, and we've been listed in Bon Appetit, Food and Wine, Wine Enthusiast, all these different magazines. They come and eat the food, they learn about the wines, and then they're then able to become fans of natural wines. And what we do is sometimes we send them to a wine store that has about 70% natural wines in Tribeca, which is not convenient for them, and it's also not the aesthetic that we're looking for. But we have people coming from all around the world to eat at the restaurant, and they know the wine list. And
How many different wines are on your wine list?
Currently, we have between the two restaurants, there's 0 overlap, and we have over 150 bottles in each restaurant. And we have a lot of
300 different ones.
Yeah, so we have a lot of similar wine, we're the same winemakers with different cuvées, so different vintages, different. So we don't want to have any overlap between the two restaurants, which are right next to each other. But the idea is,
and how far are they from this location?
They're 1 block away. Yeah, they're 1 block away. So we're looking at spaces to do something in between the two restaurants. The rent was too high on that location. That would have been ideal, so we could just send them right next door. But this is the closest space we found, and the through space is, I think it's 1,550 is the amount of square footage of this space. A lot of that is going to be dedicated to a back office and storage and delivery, so guests don't have to see hand trucks and cardboard coming in. And then the thousands square foot sounds like a lot, but the way that we're building the storage, the shelving, is it's going to intrude a lot into the space, and most of the storage is going to be upstairs behind those shelves. So the basement is very low level. It's only about 7 foot in some spots, so we're going to mostly store packaging equipment, packaging materials, bags and stuff. And the reason why we have so many people working on staff is plan to be open 7 days. We need 2 people, 1 person on website, social media, and marketing alone, and then we have probably 2 people on packing.
You're going to have someone full-time on internet?
Absolutely, yeah. We want to have a strong presence on internet, which I don't think we've seen a very user-friendly natural wine website that can provide both information about the wines that we serve, the winemakers, the events that we're doing, and also we want to do a large amount of our business in delivery and shipping within New York, because if someone likes the wines, they don't want to walk, even if they live 4 blocks away. I think a lot of them rather have it shipped because they don't have to carry a whole case of wines. So a lot of the people that are regulars in the restaurants, they tell us all the times they buy wines from different wine source chambers and different places, and they have it shipped, even though they live in New York City. They have it shipped to them because then it can come to their door, and they don't have to try and catch a cab and move. They want to buy 6 to 12 bottles at a time. And
are either of you, I see there's 4 principals, are either of the, I understand you're a chef, what's the name of the other chef?
So myself and Fabian Manhaus are 2 chefs, and we've been in the restaurant industry.
So will either of you be working at this place?
Absolutely. So the way that our time will be split will be mostly the daytimes, 3 to 4 days a week. We'll be basing ourselves out of that office in the wine store to be working on mostly marketing. The reason why we think this wine store is going to be very different as well is because it's already been published and announced in food websites, and different food magazines have approached us about stories because there has never been chefs that have approached opening a wine store. So we think that we have a different way of getting people to come and a different crowd than just people in the neighborhood who are looking for a bottle of Tanqueray. This is going to be much more specialized. We already have, basically, if you ask anyone or if you look at any of the press, we're the first restaurant in New York City to have the size natural wine list. And then the person who's doing the purchasing for the opening of all of our restaurants and the wine list, Jorge Riera, he was the first, he was the purchaser for 10 Bells, which is the first natural wine bar in New York City with a list of that size, and the first natural wine bar in the New York area, which is 360, which was in Red Hook over 10 years ago. So he has always been an integral part of the scene. Everyone in the natural wine scene supports us outside of this neighborhood, and it's going to be a lot of people coming in from all around the city. It's not just the neighborhood. The neighborhood, we would, obviously we have 2 restaurants. We're planning a 3rd. I live down the street. It's something we want to invest in and really make sure that we're a part of the neighborhood, but this is a destination as well. We have people, it's the same thing with the restaurant. People come all the time to the restaurants on a weekly basis who live in the area, but we have regulars who live in Astoria. We have people who come from Westchester. We have people who come from Tokyo. It's all around the world. So this is going to be very much different than any liquor or wine store that's in the neighborhood or even in the entire state. And we work very closely with all the importers. They know us. We bring in we help make connections with them because we don't bring in the wines, so we make connections. We've actually brought winemakers to these importers so they can bring in the wines and add things to their portfolio. And I can assure you that there's not many people that have that connection to those people that we do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple of quick points. People coming from all over the world. There's a natural wine store in Tribeca. It's not convenient to go to Tribeca, but it's convenient to go to this neighborhood. I think you got to be concerned about a on-premise licensee and an off-premise licensee that don't even have the same owners. They talked about sharing customers.
Why would we be concerned about that? Are you saying that they're going to take the wine from the liquor store and put it in their restaurant?
No, I know they wouldn't do that.
The more interesting question I have is the level of development surrounding not just his stores, but all of their stores, which, based on my information, is accurate.
That hasn't changed since November when you disapproved a store.
It's changed to the extent that we're 9 months later, 10 months later.
They talked about future.
They were all being built then. Now they're further along, and by the end of, middle of next year, most of them should be done.
These people need to catch up. Their sales aren't great.
I'm just asking you if I'm correct in that there is a significant amount of apartments going up there.
They could speak better. I just got retained last week.
Okay.
So the people in the neighborhood, anybody know?
I mean, I have an article here that was submitted, and it also is based on my understanding that there's about 25 different developments going up. Well, they're all within walking of where this location's going to be.
There are some that are farther east, Essex, which is a
But I mean, it kind of goes against, and why don't you come up to the microphone, because you're the one who actually said this. Well, it kind of goes against your argument that the neighborhood's declining.
I didn't make that comment.
No, I
there-
said she did.
There's nothing new that the neighborhood is offering the people. I have not seen an influx of any new residential people in the neighborhood. We see a lot of
Well,
tourists.
one building, which we're all familiar with, because it was on the front page of the paper for 2 months, is the former nursing home. Now, I realize that's not done yet, but that's going to be a large condo complex.
Oh, what is the corner of that? I'm sorry. Do you know?
Grand, perhaps?
Oh, okay. That is far south of us, and most people don't cross.
Oh,
Delancey.
Rivington?
Rivington.
Yeah, it's on Rivington.
Yes, that's the one I was talking
Yeah.
about. That's the only one I know of that is on the other side of Essex Street, that, besides the one a block north of me.
Okay.
But other than that, I mean, really, we see it every day. We get to know our customers that come in and out of the store, and it's our regulars for 12 years. But there are not people. People are moving away, and they're not being replaced. And I have my theories. Yes, we have people asking for natural wine, and if I could have Jason Cook, my buyer, speak to that.
Yep.
Hi again, I'm Jason Cook. Shelley hired me about in October of 2014 because I had a lot of extensive experience in the wine business, and to actually Jeremiah's point, other people who don't necessarily have relationships with natural growers, and who work in the stores around us, is that's absolutely not true. That's actually me. That's why Shelley brought me on board. We've actually significantly increased our natural wine representation in the stores since I've been on board. And that's kind of, again, always kind of been the ethos of the store. About 10 years ago, or 12 years ago, when the store was founded, the natural wine movement was just kind of getting started, and there was no real definition. And over time, it's slowly become defined. And as that time has progressed, we've actually increased our representation of these wines. Now, to say that
To what percentage?
I would say approximately. Well, there's
Of
a
all
list
your
that we sent.
products?
Of all our products, about a third. About a third of all the wines, and then the other wines fall into this kind of murky category where they kind of fit this model. The producers are not using any pesticides, they're farming organically, they're not using a lot of sulfur or no sulfur, but they don't necessarily consider themselves part of natural wine or natural movement, though on paper they certainly are. I've traveled extensively all over the world, South America, all over Europe, built relationships with wine growers, and that's what I do to convey to our customers, actually connect our customers to not just natural wine producers for sure, but all of our producers. That's kind of one of my key responsibilities at the store, actually. And to say there's not a lot of crossover, well, that's absolutely not true. The nature of natural wine is that a lot of it's very small production. So at any given moment, you may have a case available to you, or 2 cases of one particular wine from one particular producer. That'll sell out in a month, and then you may not have it until the next vintage. So if someone comes into our store and says there's no crossover, well, it's because it's sold out really quickly, and then we cycle new things in. Just on first glance at one of their wine lists that they posted online for one of their restaurants, we have 4 different producers that we actually regularly work with whenever their wines are available, because they are indeed very limited. So these wines are wines that we are championing. We are providing, these sorts of wines to the neighborhood, and actually we kind of always have. Yeah,
Okay,
pretty much.
thank you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I just would like to put a point about just the sentence that he just mentioned about, there's, a few stores around that maybe at some point have 1 bottle of natural wine on the shelf, and just, again, comparing to their wine list of one of the restaurants last night, which is actually take a look, and I have printed in here, at this exact moment, we have 11 producers that they have actually on their wine list at the shelf right now, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus 9 producers that we regularly work with as well. So like, and we're, again, 0.3 miles away. We're way closer than the store that he mentioned in Tribeca. And we're definitely a place that the people who are...
What percentage of your stock is natural wines, real natural wines?
30 to 35%.
Of all your stock,
of my...
including the liquor?
No, including the liquor, it should be about 25 or 25%.
That's a little different than him saying all of my wine's going to be natural.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
But you do have some, okay.
I do have...
You have some of the ones he serves, I get it.
He serves,
Yep.
you know, then that's...
All right, thank
what
you.
I would like to state. Thank you.
Stay there for a second. Go back. I'm glad you came back, because I had a question for you, since you're not listed on our closest stores here. Urban, right? That's
Yeah,
yours?
Urban Wine and Spirits.
And you've been there since how long?
I've been there since the opening, actually, in March 2014, as a manager for the last 2.5 years.
So the store opened in 2014?
2014, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So if I could make some finishing remarks, I'd like to, if that's okay.
Yep.
So with respect to Urban, they're actually on the other side of Houston Street, and they weren't one of the closest ones, and that really is almost like a totally separate neighborhood over here. People aren't going to cross over Houston Street. And also, you know, working with 9 producers or having, you know, 4 SKUs out of the 300 between the restaurants is kind of more to our point that we're doing something very unique, and there really isn't much crossover here. With respect to the growth on the snapshot, you know, I've got 86 Delancey opening in 2018, 196 Orchard, 94 apartments opening in 2018. I've got 242 Broome, spring of 2018, that's 55 units. 150 Rivington, which is 45 units opening in 2018. 115 Delancey, which is 195 units in 2018. We've got the Landmark Sunshine Cinema building. 2018 is when building is going to begin, so that's not quite on point. Completed at the end of 2016, I have 204 Forsyth, which is 11 units, 165 Christie, which is another 9 that was completed a few years ago, 50 Clinton, which was built in 2016, which is 37 more. I've got 265 East Houston, which is more units completed in 2017. I've got, you know, another 370 room hotel, completed in 2016, 28 one-bedrooms opening.
No, I mean, we got this.
So
We have what you submitted.
There's quite a bit of growth, and again, we're talking about a really specialized product list, 100% natural wines, which we're comfortable, you know, restricting ourselves to, because that actually is the focus. So a super specialized product list, a unique approach to the store, and you're looking at applicants here who are good licensees, have shown they can be good licensees, have really invested in the community, live in the community, have other restaurants in the community, and they are looking to really curate that full experience for people, which is something that would be completely unique for them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Ready to vote?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You know, and again, back to the limited nature of natural wines, you know, you may say, okay, 4 to 5 to 20 SKUs, but at any given time, depending on the season, that may expand or contract. So to say, okay, they only represent.
No, we get that you have natural wines. I mean, I get it, and that you're there and you know what you're talking about as well. But thank you.
Just one last thing is, Jeremiah, I just wanted to have one final comment, if that's okay.
Make it short, please.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, basically what we're saying, I want to draw a comparison, saying that we're doing 100% natural wine store, and that's our focus, and that's our life, and that's what we drink. It's kind of like saying we're doing a vegan grocery store. And these other stores are saying, oh, we also have some vegan products, but it's also being sold next to eggs and milk and beef. And that's,
we understand.
Yeah, I've seen some of the other wines they carry, and there's stuff that we would never, ever stock our
And
shelf
probably
with.
vice versa. They probably would have no interest in stocking some of the stuff you plan on stocking.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's because I mean, they all fall into basically, you know, all the winemakers that we work with, they all know each other.
But there is going to be some level of crossover, as there always is.
So, I mean, if you heard what they were saying, a lot of people were saying, well, there's some producers that we work with. we've looked at we've been going month after month and looking at the inventory of some of the stores, and there may be a producer that is similar, is the same that we stock, but not the same wines. And that's a big difference because maybe there's, 15 cases or 15 pallets of a certain wine that a producer has, but we're the ones that are getting that top level of wines that we really feel passionate about.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yep.
Well, I certainly must say, everybody's put up a real good case all the way across the board. But this is what I find here. There's 6 licenses giving you urban within the closest stores here. 2 of them we got no response from. 2 of them replaced existing stores. We have ones that opened in, 2014, that was a replacement. 2015, no response. 2013, no response. 2017, March of this year, we just licensed. As a matter of fact, I approved it.
That was existing.
That was
I'm
existing.
sorry, but that was existing, yes.
And 2 of those are bulletproof.
Correct.
Worth noting.
Right. I just think that there's within a 1, 2, 3/10 of a mile, I just think that there's enough stores here right now, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I would have voted to approve based on solely on the fact of their business model. Given that the chefs were going to work in the store, it's going to focus 100% on natural wines, which I know there is an increasing interest in, and then it's going to be tied to 2 restaurants in the neighborhood. I thought that there was a public convenience and advantage to that, and I was going to limit them to 100% natural wines. But
Yeah, I mean, look, if it's any consolation or if it made any difference, Commissioner Ford, even though the closest store to us has stagnant sales, if you look at all of the stores around us that you just mentioned, if you look at all of their stores together, the stores as a whole, they're all increasing. So if one store is going down, but everyone else seems to be going up, I don't think that's an indication that the area can't support another store. I think maybe it could be something else. But again, with all the growth on deck, with the fact that sales are going up.
that's something you can certainly present in a reconsideration. All right, thank you.
3 of the stores we don't have numbers on,
So it's denied.
so.
Thank you.
Can we take 2 minutes?
Yep.
We all set? All right, the next item, 1944, El Zocalo Restaurant, Inc.
Hi, John Springer for the applicant. With me is Victor, who's a manager. The applicant just went to the men's room. If you want to hold it over, but we submitted a community board letter of support.
No, we'll keep going, and then when he comes in, just bring him up.
Okay. We were here in April. There was a 500-foot case. Community board objected without giving reasons. Chairman Bradley voted no. Commissioner Ford, I believe, voted yes. The chairman's issues were a private license.
This is in March of,
Yes.
March of this year.
Yeah, and you basically invited us to come back and apply for wine and beer. We know there were no commitments, but he did go back to the community board.
Wasn't that in the other place, was it the same location?
This is the same location that was the subject of the full liquor.
Oh, okay.
You
All right.
said you wouldn't want to give him full liquor. but
Right, I thought it was at Spring Street for some other reason.
No, because I indicated when I got it from Secretary's office that it was incorrect, but no, I didn't get a response.
Okay.
No, this is the same location.
Right, okay.
The restaurant's still open. They've had no problems there. We do have some community board support now. This is not a sports bar. He made mistakes at the time. That was your concern. And that was back in 2014. That license wasn't canceled. He paid the penalty.
What's, I see that he borrowed the money from his daughter to open it?
Yes.
Does she work there?
No.
What does she do?
She's works for us health.
She's not your daughter, right? It's the applicant, okay.
That'd
That'd be his niece.
Oh, it's your niece?
I haven't looked at her PQ lately. We submitted a PQ for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Medical assistant? Yes. Medical field.
All right, well, and recorded music, no dancing, no DJs?
Yep, no security.
What are the hours?
10 to 1, depends on the busy nights, like 1-ish, 1, 2.
And what the community board, they voted to approve based on those hours?
They did, there were no stipulations with the community board.
Right, okay. Is that him right there?
No.
Oh, okay. And what are you doing for underage? Are you gonna have a security guard? What?
Yes, I have a company that's already, we're gonna do a contract with a company.
Okay, licensed and everything. Okay. No.
We didn't indicate licensed security guard on the application. If you'd like us to have licensed
No,
security.
I'm not asking. He just said he is. I'm wondering if there's going to be any security as far as underage drinking. He offered that he's going to hire a company. So you might want to, if that's the case, you might want to amend it.
I will amend it, if that's what you, if that's.
I'm all right with this. Just make sure when he comes in, he pops his head in so I know that he is here.
Okay.
But I'll approve. 10 hours, 10 to 2, no DJ, no live music.
The restriction on
No promoters.
Can the restriction on the alcohol be, can the restriction be on the alcohol and not the food service? There is a late night food crowd in that street.
You can do it, but you're playing with fire.
Okay, well, I'm going to read him the Rider Act and explain what that means. Alex, don't.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you when to close.
Okay, that's fine.
I can just tell you when to shut the alcohol off.
Commissioner Ford?
But I think I think
So no DJs, no live music, you said no
no
promoters?
promoters.
Recorded music only.
And alcohol stops at 2.
Service of alcohol, yep. Cease at 2?
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I also want to just note for the record, a letter of support that came in from Senator Kent Hannon.
Letter of support, okay.
And
I
you're
wasn't aware of
amending the
that.
application to add security? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, we're not mandating security, but he offered it up. If he is going to
If you're
have,
gonna have-
if
if
he
you're
is
gonna have security,
then-
they have to have licenses, you understand
Yes,
that?
yes, of course.
Okay,
Yes,
I will add,
You'll amend that?
yeah, I'll amend.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm sorry, that's not from Senator Hannon. I got mixed in with another case.
yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
All right.
He'll take it, though.
Oh, you were going to take it
I'm
anyway.
sure I'm sure he supports this too.
And he's the owner?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, 1991, K&C Liquors, Inc. K&C Liquors, Inc., 1990.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Moyo. I'm here for the applicant. And Mrs. Francisca Burgos, who is the principal of the applicant, is here with me. She's coming up with her daughter-in-law, who is going to help her translate from Spanish, if that's okay. I actually have an application. My firm was retained last week. On Wednesday of last week, Mrs. Burgos was told by her prior counsel who represented her before the authority that there'd be a hearing today, but that he was no longer representing them. So she had to scramble, come to us, represent us.
Well, there's, I mean, this is 1991, right, Tom?
Yes.
Yes, so there's a hearing. It's basically just for us to review the ALJ's decision, reviewing our decision to deny the license. And the ALJ upheld our decision.
I understand that. I think there was some deficiency in prior counsel's representation, and so we want an opportunity to supplement that, to be able to put in documents.
Well, you can't really do that. You can reapply. You know, if she wants to do that, she can, but and you can, I guess, appeal this decision within Article 78, but that's up to you, to the Supreme Court. But they're going to go on the record that we went on. So I'm going to adopt the ALJ's findings on this one.
Same here.
So we have no opportunity to put in additional information that the prior counsel, if he had shown up for the
That
hearing,
would
would
have
have
been a
put in?
request for reconsideration, where you can put in additional information. A disapproval hearing is just based on the record that was before the board the first time it was disapproved.
There's two options after denial. You can go for reconsideration, which goes back to us, and we may or may not grant it, or you can go for a disapproval hearing. Her lawyer decided to go for the disapproval hearing, which is everything we saw is put in front of another judge, and he decides whether our decision was rational or not. And he decided it was, or she decided it was.
Okay, so
She can reapply.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 1964 Belmore Discount Liquor, Inc.
Hi, my name is Lynette. I'm the representative of Belmore.
Where's Mr. Chen?
Oh, he had a work today, so he couldn't take it off.
See all those people that came here? They got to work too. In
'Cause-
fact, I'm sure every one of them probably is one of the few employees of the liquor store.
Yeah, that's, I didn't saw that it was a requirement.
Mm. I'm not gonna, I mean, he's got to be here.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we going to vote on this or not, or just send it back?
You want to hold it over, you just want to disapprove it?
I'm not going to make these people come back, so,
I vote to deny.
yeah, I do too.
But the thing is, the email didn't say the owner has to come, so that's why I saw it's option.
No, it's not really optional, so. It's denied, thank you.
Next item is 1980 Tajin Restaurant Corp. 1980.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dolores Cordova, and
Misael Cordova.
we own a small Mexican restaurant in downtown Manhattan. We're
So
serving.
you are Misael Cordova?
He is
I
Mr.
am.
Okay, and you're,
Dolores.
okay, so you were signing checks because he was sick?
He was very sick.
And then you never changed it for a
No.
few years? Have you changed it now?
We are in the process of changing.
And you're all right? And your
Because-
health is okay?
Uh,
All right, I'm gonna do a letter of warning.
I want to read something to you because I think for us,
You don't need to. We just kind of,
But we do need you to file that
we
application.
just did away with, it's not gonna cost you anything. You just need to file the application to combine the two of you on it.
You're going to get a letter.
all right.
You're going to get a letter saying that you've been warned okay, not to do this kind of stuff again.
Oh, yeah.
All right?
Okay.
But make sure that application gets in.
Well, what happened is now the lawyer, he put us, both of us,
He put you where?
in the same application.
Okay, good, yeah,
So-
that's what we want, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best of luck to
The
you.
next item is 2020 Sakura Upstate, Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Hang Chen. I represent the applicant. I really don't know why we were here. I did my due diligence before I submit application.
Because the
And,
license
in
at this
April,
place was canceled prior to your client.
but in April, legal authority replied say there is no bad history,
Well, there was.
but nobody
Who
told us.
told you that?
It's in email
From who?
from legal authority. I could show you in my phone.
No, there is. Let me ask your client, do you have any relationship at all with Zhejiang Wang?
No.
Okay.
You answer. 你认不认识那个卖家
不认识。
？No, he doesn't know.
How did he find this place?
你怎么找到这个地方的
是朋友介绍，朋友的朋友介绍的。
？Okay, from friend and friend.
Friends from where?
你是 friends 从哪里？是家乡还是什么地方
家乡的。
？From his hometown.
Queens, or in
No,
China?
No. Fujian, China.
So you're telling me back in, that are over here, or back in China, they told them about it?
No, here, in Queens, he heard the story. Am I right? 你在 Queens 工作，知道这个事情。
对。
He doesn't have a job for. He
We're going to get to that.
Okay, he did not have anything to do previous a few months. Then he tried to figure out how to get a business or whatever. And he has experience in Florida. And
He has what in Florida?
experience, the restaurant. And
Right.
he has experience in like 2015 for a whole year in restaurant. So he figured out he wants to do it. So
Now,
there is
so-
an opportunity.
And this is in Oneonta, and he lives in Queens. That's an awful long commute.
No, he will move there. He's there already from our questionnaire. We closed the deal in, not, I don't represent for the transaction, but I represent him for application, legal license. In May, he closed the deal, May 10. He was there for a couple months.
Do you know the Wangs?
Who is when?
The former owners of this place?
No, I only represent him for liquor license. And I did my due diligence in April, whether there is a bad history for him to apply liquor license. But then April 25th, they said no. So that's why you submitted application.
I would like, if you could send me that email, then.
Oh, I
make
will
sure
forward
it's
to you right now. Right now. And
So he lives in Oneonta now.
yeah, he lives there. And plus, we asked whether there is a deficiency letter, and a lady from the legal authority called us. They, I don't want to send you deficiency letter. We only need your email address and one thing. I don't remember exactly.
Well, you can forward it to us later. What?
Yeah.
How did he find out about it? You say from friends, but were the friends up in Oneonta?
Let me ask him. I don't know the relationship because I don't get involved in the
Well,
relationship.
let me put this as plainly as I can.
Okay.
There was a group of people that owned this place
Mm-hmm.
that were Chinese nationals
Mm-hmm.
that had huge issues
Like
with
what?
serving the minors, all kinds of problems.
Mm-hmm.
We took the license away. They then came back with someone else to try to apply for it
Mm-hmm.
who was connected to them.
Mm-hmm.
If I find out
Mm-hmm.
at any point, whether it be now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that
Mhm.
he's connected with them in any way,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to revoke the license immediately,
I understand.
and he will lose everything.
I understand.
My next question is, there's $36,500 as an investment in this place. It appears to me that he has been a sushi cook and unemployed for a significant period of time. Where did he get the money?
is showing in his bank account. Let me ask him. 他说你2017年没有工作，钱从哪里来的？
这都是我朋友这个，
他不是接的吧？
是还有那个中国寄出来的。
Okay, he said his relatives in China send money to him to run the business, and
Are they loans or did they just give it to him?
他说是借给你的还是送给你的
送给我。
？It's a gift, he said. He doesn't. It's not expensive. It's $30,000 for the restaurant. I
don't have relatives handing me $36,000.
Okay.
Wish I did.
This is because Chinese country.
His family
China
must
is-
love him a lot more than mine does.
You know, Chinese family always buy a house for their son.
Well, that's my next question, because it looks like when he worked in Queens,
He's barber like a worker.
wasn't he a chef in Queens for a period of time?
No, East Meadow and Florida. Only two places he has restaurant experience.
I guess I misread that.
Are you going to continue to represent him throughout this? I mean, to make sure he understands everything he's getting himself into here.
Of course, I'm on the way to get his license.
Where are you based out of, Queens or Oneonta?
Flushing. I have a couple of clients approved from legal authority, and I meet you guys all the time. Not all the time, like every couple months. And there is my client over there, so I represent my community for them. But may I ask one question? When you revoke that license, back to when? I have no idea.
2016.
2016.
Yeah, last year, okay.
This town has a rather large college in it.
I heard that.
Good. You might want to make sure he understands that, because they had about 10 sales to minors in a 2-month period.
But he told me there is a machine to scan license.
There is, and if he has it and it works and he gets the right one, he'll do fine. But if you don't really use the machine, it doesn't.
And he told me.
It's cold in Oneonta, and people aren't lining up for sushi in the middle of winter. So you basically serve whoever comes in the door. But, all right, you sure he does not know the Wangs?
他说你确定不认识那个买家？
对。
Yes.
Does he know anybody in Oneonta?
你认识那个欧维安的其他人吗？
Looks like your guys are
就是那
swinging
个
that way.
town，就是那个 city 的其他人。
不认识，就现在是那个房东了嘛。
Only the landlord.
Which is who?
What?
Does he know his name?
你记得房东的名字吗？ In his cell phone.
Is he Chinese as well?
他说是中国人吗
中国人。
？Yes, Chinese.
Okay. I'll approve.
Thank you so much.
Well, you got another one. I just asked my questions. He's going to ask his
okay.
now.
I just want to say thank you.
What are your hours planning to be?
Okay.
I think Otsego County is 1 o'clock.
I confirmed before we came in this room, from Monday to Friday is like to 11 p.m. and Saturday is to 11 to?
星期一到星期四是那个10点的，然后
Oh, 10. From Monday to Thursday is 10 o'clock p.m. And Friday, Saturday is 11. And Sunday could be 9 o'clock. He just told me.
Okay. How about Sunday through Thursday, 10, all right?
Oh, you want
Just
me
make
then
it
close?
even,
Oh,
10.
okay.
All right?
能不能早点关门？可以啊。
可以。
Yes, it's not a big problem.
And Friday and Saturday, 11?
Friday, Saturday, 11.
Okay.
Yes, yes,
So
very good.
Sunday through Thursday, 10, Friday and Saturday, 11.
Friday, Saturday.
I'm good with that.
All right,
Okay,
there you go.
thank you.
Congrats. Good luck.
That's real, thank you. Do you still need my email?
I do. I just wanted to find
Okay.
out what the question was. I'll give you my
Right.
card, just send me the email.
The next item, 1967, La Oficina Bar Corp.
Is this a community board here? Okay, go ahead.
My name is Cecilio Alballero from La Oficina Bar Corp.
So in a nutshell here, Community Board wants closing at 2 Sunday through Thursday, but you want 4 a.m. 7 days a week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just cutting to the chase here, we've got a lot of people here, all right?
Say again?
I'm cutting to the chase, that's what you're here for.
Yes, correct.
There seems to be no
So,
problems elsewhere in the same precinct. That's what I had written down here.
Why do you need to be open till 4 a.m. on Monday through Thursday?
at that time when was the meeting with the community board, I didn't understand exactly what they say. So I was thinking it was every day. So that's what I say no. But later on, I wrote a letter to the community board to accept the stipulation. And the community board, they say, they made me to sign the stipulation with the community
Let me
board.
see that. So you already, this is all agreed to already.
This is the letter I sent to them, and this is the community board.
All right, back to microphone. Okay. So he agrees that he will close at 2 a.m. during the week and with the community board as a stipulation, and then on the weekends, the community board doesn't care. So 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday, or I guess Sunday and Monday. Not Sunday, Monday, Saturday and Sunday at 4 a.m.
Saturday and Sunday at 4
No, you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, Saturday morning and Sunday morning.
Right.
Yes.
Um,
Friday night, Saturday night.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
So,
So I went to the community board.
no, you're good. So no, there's no, you want just background jukebox recorded music, no DJs, no live music?
No.
No dancing?
No.
No promoters?
No.
Run like your other restaurants that you own, right?
I say
You're
again?
going to run it like the other restaurants that you
Yes,
own?
yes.
Okay, I'll approve with those hours, no DJ, no live music, no dancing, and no promoters.
Thank you.
Well, you gotta, whoa.
I'm sorry.
Ditto. Can we keep these? You brought these copies for us?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item is 1960, 139 Gourmet Deli Corp.
Yeah, Louis Malave here. This is Mr.
sorry.
Masa Humaidi, who is the owner of the premises. Can he introduce himself? Introduce yourself. Talking to the mic.
What's his name?
My name is Nasser Al Humaidi.
And do you have any connection to Mr. Bateros?
No,
Do you know him?
no, I don't know.
Do you own any other? Yeah, you have another store, right?
He had another store. He sold that store. Sapphire.
What do you do now? You run, your store's open right now?
Yeah,
No liquor, though.
no liquor.
Have you had any problems with cigarettes or anything in your store?
No, not yet, no. The new one, no.
At Sapphire, didn't you have problems with sales to minors?
At the old place, yeah.
Place, yeah.
What are you gonna do about making sure you don't sell to minors at this place?
I already have by the machine to scan the ID and make sure we ask for ID.
Do you have that already or no?
Yeah, already.
You already have the scanner, you said.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the scanner too.
You said I'm going to or I have it?
No, I have it. I ordered it. I pay already.
All right.
Yeah.
Why did we cancel Sapphire? Because he didn't pay?
No, that was, we submitted for cancellation at the time.
No, it looks like to me that we imposed a $7,500 civil penalty, and I don't see any charges after that, do you?
Sapphire?
Yeah.
Yeah, for those minors. You're talking about the April of 2016?
Yeah.
Two Salem minors, they already had a prior Salem minor with 3 different dates where they paid $7,500, and they offered cancel.
Yeah, that's what I see too.
Oh, that's not what's on our thing.
Okay,
Unless they cut it off, that's what happened.
it could be.
Okay.
It's attached in this.
All right, so I'll approve, but I'm going to mandate that you have a scanner, which you already have, so you're going to have to supply proof of purchase.
They could show the purchase bill invoice.
Yes.
Okay.
Same terms here.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Gentlemen, have a lovely day.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Next item, 1963, PPL United, Inc.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Pablo Moreno. I'm the proposed owner of this new liquor store, PPL United, located at 101-16 Astoria Boulevard. I have multiple exhibits. I want to make sure that you guys receive it. If you guys need any copy, I'll be more than pleased to provide you with copies.
No, we got them.
Got them? All right.
Is there any opposition here? No.
There was none submitted.
And no submitted either, okay. Go ahead.
I'm very excited about this location. The prime reason I'm excited about this location is because it's located in a major boulevard. It's called Astoria Boulevard. Astoria Boulevard, we have traffic from the west and from the east. We also have near the store, we have a trade fair. There's always packed and there's always traffic in there. There's always, in Astoria Boulevard, we have people walking down and up. So it's a very busy boulevard. If you guys could go with me to Exhibit B and Exhibit B1, you could see the target area that I'm trying to target in yellow and purple. That target area, in my personal opinion, shouldn't be affecting any of the competitors around. And what I'm trying to target is from 99th Street going east to the Grand Central Parkway.
So is your store going to be bulletproof?
No, sir. It's going to be an open concept.
And do you know who is bulletproof on this list of, if I give you names, would you know?
In back of my head, yeah. Foolish is bulletproof. Northern World is bulletproof.
Hold on. Northern World is bulletproof?
Fortune Liquor is bulletproof. And the other one, let me see, it's store number 5, I believe is not bulletproof.
Jack, no wine and spirits?
Jack and wine and spirits, yeah.
That's not bulletproof?
That's not bulletproof.
Okay. And then Moreno Brothers?
Is an open concept.
Open, okay. Go ahead.
All right, so like I was saying, my target area will be from 99th Street to the Grand Central Parkway and from 32nd Avenue all the way north. I just want you guys to see in the map. Let's say right now I was living in let's say the Grand Central and 25th Avenue. I would have to walk either to 94th Street to get a wine and spirit, or to 108 to get myself a wine and spirit. So that's around 10 to 12 long blocks to walk. Also, just keep in mind that I'm not just here to get myself a new store. I'm replacing a store that's been in the community for over a decade.
When did that store close?
That's June 2017 this year. The name is J&J.
Do we have that information?
What?
What?
Looking it up.
Oh, no, I have it. I got it.
Yeah,
Okay, he removed. Where'd he go?
I don't know. He surrendered his license.
No, he moved.
Oh, he moved?
Yeah, but okay, it's still
Okay.
closed either way. Go ahead.
Okay. If you see a Civic C will show you that the population have increased it since 2000 to 2015. It has increased, not a lot, but it have increased enough that most of the people that have moved to the community are Hispanics. And myself, a Spanish person, I'm going to be providing variety types of wines and liquors to accommodate those, the Spanish community.
What are you going to do different that these other stores around you aren't doing right now?
The difference is,
Other than 3 of them are bulletproof.
besides that, customer service. I'll be having a better customer service. Personally, I went to every single store, and I went and looked at the customer service. None of them offered me if I needed any help, or if the type of liquors that they provided, if they have anything else, or they suggested what was good with. I went to a store and asked, well, what was good with, let's say, with meat or fish. They didn't know the answer, so they don't have the knowledge. So I'm gonna make sure that my staff will know the knowledge.
And you're going to continue working at your other job, which is at the airport?
I'm currently gonna continue working. I'm planning to leave the job. I've been working there for a decade. I think I'm ready to own my own business and to retire from my company.
Just so you know, J&J moved up the street to 10120 Astoria Boulevard, and they surrendered last month.
They moved a year ago and surrendered. Wow, so they did surrender.
Yeah.
You were right. Okay.
One more thing.
So you're going to have
Yeah.
2 employees, and you're going to go to work at night and then come and deal with this in the morning?
Deal with this in the morning. It's gonna be tough, but my schedule is very flexible. I work 4 days, and I have a month off of vacation. I have PPT. So for now, I'm gonna work as hard as I can to make sure that I manage the store.
All right, I'll approve.
Yeah, I'll approve as well.
Thank you so much.
Next item, 1953, J&C Angel Liquor and Wine, Inc.
What happened in 1996? Did we do that one already, Tom?
Yeah. Back,
Okay, I just wanted to double check. Why don't you put your name on the record, both of you,
My
and
name is
then,
Miguel Acosta. I'm the representative for J&C Liquors and Wine, and this is Mr. Joel Garcia.
Joel Garcia, how you doing?
good, we'll let us hear from the,
We didn't do 96.
Okay.
You wasn't on the list.
why don't you all 3 come up, just so we can save time here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rong Sherry Chen, and I'm representing R&L South Bronx. I just took over this store like a year ago, and so I know that the previous owners' business is like decreasing like slowly, but so I don't know about like how much it decreases or anything like that. But I just noticed that this store is like only like 3 minutes walk from where I am at.
So
It's like-
did you file the sales numbers for the store?
Yeah, I did.
Where
I
are-
asked
Where are the 2016 sales numbers?
Oh, when I filed that, my accounting didn't give me the number yet, so I didn't know.
You have
what
it now or no?
No, I don't know what the exactly number yet. They're still
What store did you say you were again? I'm sorry.
R&L South Bronx. And it's only like 0.2 miles away from the store. And there's like 2 high school that's right.
Okay, are you bulletproof?
Yes.
Okay.
And like when I went to the store, the location to see what's around there, and then I see like there's 2 high school that's right there.
Okay.
Right across. So I wouldn't think that it's really a good idea to approve that.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Lily. I represent for A&D Family Liquor Store, Inc., and then we are brand new. brand new liquor, new owners since March 20th of 2017. So that's why when we don't have any numbers for you, I'm sorry.
Are you bulletproof?
Yes, we are. And then again, we are same as the other, the lady in front of me. We are just 2-3 minutes walking distance to the new, the locations. And then there's high school, PS 140.
Yeah, but the high school, the law has a distance, and they're far enough away that they're not, it's not an issue, so.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
How about the elementary school?
Same thing.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Hi, members of the board. My name is Justo A. Peralta. I am here to speak on behalf of R&L South Bronx Liquor Store. I used to be the manager for more than 20 years. Her same location.
Okay.
Her store.
Okay.
And I believe I was here previously, I think it was this year, last year. Yes, there has been a great decrease in sales every time a liquor store opens up. And we do have quite a number of new liquor store that has opened up in the neighborhood. And every time once open up, I did experience the decrease in sales to a point that I was afraid of losing the ability to pay my landlord the rent owed to that place. So I
thought you were the manager.
Well, I was the manager and the husband of the owner as well. Okay. Yes, and for the period being at that place, I am afraid if new businesses keep opening, we are not going to be able to stay in business for too long. We have
still work there?
No, they do. I do something else.
Do you have a loan to them? Why do you care?
Why do I care? Because
is she paying you back money? I don't understand.
No, she bought it. She bought the business, and I feel myself in the obligation to keep helping since we transfer the business to them. And the same way that I was afraid of losing my business for the competition growing up in the neighborhood, I am afraid that it will also happen to them.
Okay.
So you're helping her purely out of courtesy.
That is correct.
So let me ask you, ER Fiesta Liquors on 3rd Avenue, is that bulletproof?
Yes. It's only a couple of non-bulletproof in the neighborhood, and the only one I experienced is on 149th Street, around Tintons, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
Every other one that you see in that area is going to be bulletproof.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Miguel Acosta, and I'm here representing Mr. Joel Garcia, applicant for J&C Angel Liquor Store and Wine. We are fully aware of these two liquor stores in this small proximity in this neighborhood. We have done some research. The neighborhood consists of over 70% Hispanics in that neighborhood. Both liquor stores are owned and operated by Asians. Only 738 out of the...
Are you trying to say that the Hispanic people don't like to buy from Asian people?
No, I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that my client, Dominican, he's looking to introduce new products to the neighborhood. The liquor store is going to be a small liquor store, so it's not really going to be a major effect to the other liquor stores in the area. I myself did the accounting for the previous owner that sold recently to A&D Family Liquor Store, in which that license was petitioned and removed from Manhattan to the Bronx. And my client just sold that liquor store last year with a great increase in sales. In addition to this presentation, in the neighborhood,
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
In the neighborhood, they have approved already plans for new developments, which will add 2 buildings, one in 960 Prospect Avenue, which is close by to 163rd Street, which the store at 163rd will also benefit from the new residents. And in addition to that is another project, 961 Reverend James Avenue, which is also going to bring in 54 more units. So we're talking about an increase in population there, in addition to the already increased population. So I don't feel that an 800 square foot on a retail ground level with a basement of 400 feet will have an adverse effect on the current liquor stores. In addition to
Well, what is he doing that they're not doing? I mean, that's the problem. He's bulletproof, they're all bulletproof.
Well, he's
I don't see
bulletproof.
how, other than providing your basic general brands to the area.
Exactly,
There's no
and
more,
that's-
there's no more convenience to putting one 2 blocks away or 3 blocks away.
And that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to bring in more cultural spirits, cultural
Well, how
wines.
does he do that with being a bulletproof store?
Well, the
people want to read the product, they want to see the product, particularly if it's a new product.
Well, in addition to being able to allow because you can allow customers to come in certain sections in any liquor store if they want to read certain products. You can also, the clarity is, the space is so small that the distance between a customer being able to view the product is not far away. It's, let's say, a foot away, where you're going to be able to, even though you have bulletproof, be able to visualize the product. In addition to the other stores that are currently operating, the current liquor store that was just sold on 163rd, it's a little bit more modern in comparison to the one on R&L South, South Bronx, which is located right off the corner of Westchester Avenue. That liquor store was sold, and the new owner hasn't even put a sign up yet. The place looks abandoned, it's bulletproof, and I think that a new liquor store in this area will not have an adverse effect economically to any other businesses in that area.
Well, I mean, that's not really what we're looking at. We're looking at whether it's going to be more convenient to the public. And
well, the products that are going to be offered is going to be more convenient. Like I said, it's 70% is Hispanic.
What's the store now? Is it a fast food place?
It used to be a Chinese restaurant. So basically, we're going to do conversion into a small space.
Why did he decide to get in the liquor business?
Well, my client, you want to answer that?
How you doing? I was getting into the liquor store because me and my uncle, he had raised me. We was gonna open up a business, and that was one of the main businesses we was gonna try to open up. But he had passed away, so I had the ability now to purchase one and to open one. So I want to pursue what me and my uncle wanted to do for the family.
What do you do now?
Me, I work for a broker.
Are you going to stop doing that and do this full time, or?
Yes, correct.
And you check the distances from the schools, right?
Provide you with a statement, area maps of everything in the phone.
Do you have any?
So, Mr. Garcia, you just had a thought to maybe give a shot at owning a liquor store? That's out of clear blue?
Huh?
Out of the clear blue, you just decided you wanted to try to open a liquor store?
No, it was part of my family history that we wanted to do, but my uncle had passed away last year, so I didn't have the mentality right there to do it at the time. So I had waited for a little while to pass by, and then now I feel like I have the opportunity now to do it and proceed what me and my uncle wanted to do for the family.
Why this particular location? Because you're looking for a certain location, or just a property came up and it seems like it might work for you?
It seems like it might work for me in that location, in that property too.
Do we know if A&Z is open on 152nd Street?
No, that was closed. I submitted that on the 4 liquor stores, and
That one is closed.
yeah, Mr. Sender asked me to revise that because that one was closed.
Can you verify that for me?
talking about A&D Family Liquor.
No, A and Z, 835 East 152nd.
Still showing active.
Still showing active.
But they didn't respond. Do you know if it's open? A and Z on 152nd?
We'll send an abandonment letter, see what happens.
Send what?
An abandonment letter, see what happens.
If I may, I forgot to add.
Go to the mic, please. Go to the mic.
The new business applying for the license is only 2 blocks away from where South Bronx liquor store is already located on the same Streets Avenue, 164th Street.
You mean the one that you used to own?
Yes.
Yeah, no, we know that.
Okay.
I thought that's why you said it.
Okay, I forgot.
I mean,
I
Arnell South
forgot.
Bronx is on 866 Prospect.
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, I have nothing else.
All right.
I'm going to go on the assumption that they're closed. And it is only 260 square feet anyway.
I'm going to, are you ready to vote, by the way?
Yes.
I'm going to vote to approve. I mean, the newest license we issued was was this year, but the store's been there since 2013, so it's not really a new location. The others seem to be bulletproof too. Second closest store seems to be holding their own. The second one, third closest store has dropped a little bit. Last one's dropped a little bit too, but the other one is closed. So there's one store that's no longer in business. And so I'm voting to approve. Can I make this conditional upon confirming that that store is not open, A to Z?
Sure.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm making that, assuming that that other store, A to Z, is closed as you've represented.
Okay.
All right.
I'll do the same.
Thank you.
I don't know how, I guess we confirm that?
We'll take care of it.
So you'll get a letter one way or the other. What happens if it's not closed? Do they come back here? No, not you. I'm asking them under procedure.
It would be denied.
They cannot meet the condition.
Yeah, it would be, if it's open, it would be denied.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next item, 1958, 1353 Restaurant Corp.
What's going on here?
Yeah, you can.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Ben Sharav, attorney for the applicant, Mr. Rosa, and he has his interpreter here with him, Ms. Diaz.
Go ahead.
Can you opine for a moment on the history that your applicant has in managing a business like this, understanding what it means to have a liquor license, et cetera? Experience.
Well, he doesn't have, per se, experience in this. He's been a superintendent. His family has had some experience in this thing. He saved up money, wanted to do. He was interested in it for the catering hall. He's done cooking and things, and then it turns out that it's a 2-floor business, so it was a good spot, and he's...
Does he know Angel Tejada?
No, he does not.
I didn't ask him.
No. No.
How did he find this place?
encontraste el sitio, el lugar?
Por medio de mi contable,
By way of communication through his account.
Through his accountant?
Annie Ramirez, Annie Ramirez.
Annie Ramirez.
Yes.
That's your accountant's name?
Ese es el nombre de tu contable, Annie
Yeah,
Ramirez.
Annie Ramirez.
Yes, Annie Ramirez.
And just out of, so the accountant, were you looking for a business? Did you tell the accountant you were looking for a business? How does this all of a sudden come about?
Tú estabas buscando un negocio, ¿cómo fue que ella te dijo sobre el tema?
Que había un negocio en el 1353 de Eudel Gran, que era buena oportunidad para mí, y yo aproveché.
She spoke to him about an opportunity in 1353. 1353, Edward L.
Well, how did she know he was looking for a restaurant?
¿Cómo la señora Annie sabía que tú estabas buscando un restaurante? ¿Tú se lo habías dicho?
Porque sí, porque ella es mi contable personal.
He told her, and that's his account. That's what he said.
He told her.
Spoke to her about it, and she I'm sorry, let me repeat it again, please, so I can be clear.
Yep.
Thank you. Tú le dijiste a la contable
Yo
que estaba buscando un
sí,
restaurante.
le dije que estaba buscando un restaurante porque quería cambiar de empleo porque estoy cansado de ser súper en...
Okay. He told her that he was looking for a restaurant, and that's when she told him about the opportunity. He's tired of being a super, is what he just said to me. So he took advantage of the opportunity.
Is he aware of the history that happened here? Before he got involved in this restaurant? Is he aware it was a bad place before?
¿Tú sabes del historial de este negocio anterior?
No.
He said no.
It was. And what he's trying to put in there is exactly what was there before.
¿Tú estás tratando de... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, well, I mean, I think that, I mean, we've explained to him, he knows what the responsibilities are. He's hired security guards that are going to be on.
Well, just because he tells you that he understands the responsibilities, given his lack of experience, I'm not really secure that he does understand. I mean, this isn't a 30-seat restaurant. It's 138 people with 33 tables. He wants DJ, recorded music. I mean, I know what this is. It's a nightclub. This isn't a restaurant.
I mean,
and you've been doing this long enough to know it too.
He's, I mean, it's a good spot. He is committed to. I mean, he's.
Well, it's so good we put a stop on it because of its history.
Yeah.
And then he comes and wants to open pretty much exactly what we shut down, with no experience. At least the last guys had experience. They lied to us, but they had experience.
All right. Well, I think that I mean, he's got enough security guards and a commitment to making this thing work and complying with the law.
Well, your trade name is B Lounge. How is that going to be perceived as a restaurant?
It's not.
Yeah.
Just
I
kind
mean,
of throwing it out there.
I mean, I just, one, I'm not completely secure in the fact that there's not somebody else behind him, given that it seems like he's completely, he's had a career as a superintendent for quite some time. He has no experience doing this, and then suddenly out of the blue, he wants to open not a little restaurant to cook some food, he wants to open a nightclub. And ironically, we shut this place a year before, and it hasn't opened since. But that is beside the point. The point is that this place we put a stop on. It was a really bad place. He is opening exactly what we shut, and he has no experience running a place like this. So based on that, I'm denying the license application. I mean, if he wants to come back and be a real restaurant with no DJ, you know, if you are a real restaurant, you don't need security guards, you might need one or two, then perhaps I'd consider it, but there's nothing in this application, including, as was pointed out by Ms. Held, the name, that would indicate that this has any intention of ever being a restaurant.
This is one of the first ones, I began my tenure on the board that we voted to close and put a stop and everything on it. So based on the history of the place and everything else that the chairman said, I vote to deny as well.
All right, but the chairman did say that if we could read through the application.
It doesn't mean I'm going to give it to you,
We could come.
because it's still huge. Based on the layout and 138 people and 33 tables for a guy that's never even run a lunch counter, it's going to be difficult for me to approve a place that big, given that history, with just him.
All right, the next item, 1997, 900 Park Court.
Say that again, Tom,
1997.
Mr. Weinstein.
Yes, good afternoon, council, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good
Mr.
afternoon.
Weinstein.
Yes.
If you could, we're going to excuse ourselves in the back for just a minute.
Okay,
Just
thank
say
you.
a second.
Yeah. Some convoluted history there that I was not aware of that Ms. Held is now going to describe for everyone.
Okay, just to
Because
clear
I
the-
think she just described it for me.
To clarify the record and what was posted up on our website, we indicated that the applicant principal in this corporate change was previously revoked. What I'm doing is clarifying the record as the recent board meetings on one of the proceedings, when these were all after court proceedings, litigation, everything was remanded back to the authority. So currently, there's a $20,000 penalty that was assessed at the last board meeting. It's in place of one of the previous cancellations. And the proceeding where the license was revoked was voted on by this board, again, remanded back to them, and that penalty is now cancellation. So the corporate principal coming in has a $20,000 civil penalty unpaid and a cancellation as far as his history goes.
Were you aware of that?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I was going to address in my opening statement that I was not aware, though, let me say this, I was not aware of the $20,000 civil penalty. I was aware of the revocation. I was aware of the rationale behind it, the fact that there was construction and there was no safekeeping.
Now it's a
Right.
cancellation, not a revocation.
Right, or
Okay.
cancellation. So I was aware, and I was, part of my presentation is this applicant is obviously here to take responsibility for that.
So why don't you, so you can give your presentation, go ahead.
Right,
I
I mean,
think,
the
so as long
spirit-
as everybody understands everything.
Yes, this is not, except for the $20,000 civil penalty, which is obviously a dramatic development to me. The whole spirit of this proposal, if you see, was a purchase for 10%. And as a manager of the
20, though.
Well, no, it would be 10%, but 20 shares.
Oh, I see, you're right.
200
Okay,
on
you're
20
right,
shares.
yep.
And that was contemplated because of this very reason. The idea that there's a past history, and I'm of the mind that if you want to try and reestablish yourself with any, in any business, with any agency, that you do it in a step-by-step fashion. So I had discussed it with my client. We said this is a modest proposal. He certainly takes responsibility, as I stated, for the, I guess, the cancellation. And so the spirit of this is to try and allow this gentleman to reestablish himself in the business. I'd also like to just make one remark, and it certainly doesn't eliminate the transgressions that did transpire. When he was steward of the liquor license, there was no underage sales, there was no blight on the community. He was a good administrator of the actual service of alcohol, which I would think is perhaps one of the main goals of the Liquor Authority. Again, in the wisdom of the legislature and this body, those regulations should be adhered to. They need to be adhered to, and they weren't. So I was of the mind and spirit that this tribunal would take this under consideration and allow this man to move forward in his career and in this step-by-step fashion.
So who is Mr. Cuesta here?
Yes, he's right next to me.
Oh, where's the applicant?
The applicant's not here. He is the purchaser of the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Where's the former owner, I guess is what I'm,
Well, no,
I can't pronounce his last name. No, he's current.
I can't either.
Otherwise, I would.
Right.
Can you pronounce it?
Hakeem.
Halim, I can, but the last part is Pechizanovic.
Sanovic?
Hasanovic, is it?
He's not selling the whole business.
No, I see
Mr.
that.
Chairman.
Right, I
He's just
understand
selling
that. So what-
10%. The business isn't doing so good. So this is a way of him getting $15,000. This gentleman being able to, again, reestablish his roots in the business in a step-by-step fashion and try and reestablish his credibility.
Where, how long has this place been open?
How long?
Right now with the current owner for 2 years, and the one before that, 7. So it's been a total of the same place for 9 years.
Live DJ, live music, what is it?
It's an Italian restaurant. It's not a, I mean, they've had live, I've actually been in.
Oh, they do have live, I see,
There've been a
okay.
little live jazz, like on a Sunday. It's not by any means
And they do catering as well.
Yeah, it's an Italian restaurant in the heart of Morris Park.
And what's he going to do? Manage it, or?
He would both manage it and again, have a 10% ownership interest.
Says with recorded music and dancing, no security?
It's a restaurant. You could speak more.
Well, can he pay the 20 that he owes?
We'll get it together.
My client's telling me that he'll get it together.
Because that obviously, I mean, when generally, if, you know, this was litigated for years, and generally when someone loses the license, if there's outstanding fines, they don't get another one, even if the fines are 5 years old. So that's going to be a condition on this. He'll have time to pay it, I guess, a few weeks, right, Tom? What's the...
I'll ask if there's a way. And, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, rather, and there's no way of revisiting that fine?
No.
Okay.
Because that originally was a what? Cancellation? Yeah. We were told by the court already told us to revisit it. We already did revisit it. All right, I'll approve conditioned on the payment of the $20,000 for the previous transgression.
Any stipulations on the,
And that's only because of this guy seems to have been open without any history whatsoever.
No, there's no other conditions.
all right. Satisfy 20,000 and we're good. I'll go with that too.
Now, what happens is if the 20 doesn't get satisfied, it turns into a revocation that you really can't appeal at that point. Now, I don't know, does that affect the whole license or just his 10%?
Just that would affect him. Oh, he's on there? Now he's a revoked licensee?
Right.
It affects the whole license.
So this would affect the, the transferor of the 10% of the corporate stock. It suddenly, it attaches to it.
It affects the corporation.
Right.
Because he's a 10% owner and he's on the license as a 10% owner. That's my understanding, at least. But it's not due tomorrow, so
When would it be due, Chairman?
probably 3 weeks, Tom?
Well, no, that was at the last meeting.
Oh, right, the letter probably is going to go out in 10
The
days.
letter, they're working on those letters now, so it's going to go out, and you'll get probably up to 30 days to pay after that point.
After we receive the letter?
It'll have a date on it, and they usually give you 30 days.
You don't have to work too hard on the letter. I mean, you know.
They better be working hard. I mean,
Right, okay. Can you do that? Well, we appreciate that.
All right,
And
good luck.
thank you.
Again, good luck.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Council.
We don't get third chances, so he gets second, you don't get third.
next item is 2003, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. Argelio Rodriguez for El Tequilero Bar and Restaurant 2. I'd like to request that this case be put over to the next full board meeting so I could provide a statement. I wasn't aware that this case was on for today, and the establishment has a history that I'd like to address, and also I'd like to include a discussion of the case and mitigating circumstances.
Sure, but they don't have a history.
Okay, never mind then.
But
just making sure.
927.
Okay,
7 is good.
thank you.
Next items 1988, 1989, Villa Patron, Inc.
All right, so good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. Argelio Rodriguez for Villa Patron, Inc. This is a cancellation order that was issued in July. I wasn't sure if it was as a result of a default or whether it was a no contest was entered. But regardless.
No, this is, well, it was a cancellation with respect to other cases. Oh, no, to this case and to these two cases.
It's two
And this
cases.
is on now for,
Default, though.
they were, as a result of default, they're now on for reconsideration. I'm granting the reconsideration.
There's an offer of 10,000, right?
And, yeah, and I'll take the offer of 10,000, but are they applying to increase their maximum occupancy?
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that.
I mean, so here's the problem. In fact, I don't even know if your client's in there, but This street is a huge issue
Well,
for
that-
us.
that's why I put a footnote on it, that we're on the opposite end of that
Well,
commercial
I don't
corridor.
care where you are, you're on it.
Fair enough, okay.
And I would recommend that they not increase their maximum capacity. I would recommend that they try to keep less people in the place.
Okay.
And what are their hours right now?
Their hours, they have no restriction on their hours, so I believe.
So
they
I'm
go
going to,
for
in order to accept this $10,000 penalty, you're going to accept closing at 2 o'clock for a year. Because I'm hearing too much about Dykeman.
I know,
And
but I think that would be unfair to impute that on all the
It isn't
establishments.
unfair. They created this situation by violating the same laws on 2 separate occasions, 3 separate occasions on the noise. So this, maybe they'll get some attention.
Well,
So if they're willing to live with 2 a.m., I'll take your $10,000. Otherwise, we can go and see how far we get. And if it ends up not favorable to your client, it could end up worse than I just offered you.
But Chairman, I don't think that would be an acceptable condition for them to close at 2
Well,
o'clock.
then we can go
I
to
would
the hearing,
largely
but I'm
put them at-
looking at their history. They got 3 sales to minors.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Chairman, I'm actually meeting with them to get all their affairs in order. They've been good since. All the noise issues have been dealt with, the occupancy levels.
Since what, April?
Since April.
Yeah, well, so I mean, that's not a history.
By-
That's not even a baseball season.
Not necessarily there, 'cause
For the occupancy issue, by the end of the year, it'll be taken care of, if not sooner.
I'll give you 2 o'clock for a year and the 10,000, or you can go to hearing.
Okay, I mean,
And the hearing, if it comes back here, that offer comes before me, and it's going to be worse.
Okay.
Because the people on Dykeman aren't getting it. And they keep coming back, and they're not changing the way they're doing business.
I know, but Chairman, wouldn't it be fair to say that there's a difference between the establishment that's located directly next to the one train versus the folks that are located in a
It
predominantly
clearly isn't,
residential
because
area?
the only way that we end up at your client's bars is because someone calls and complains to us.
And with all due respect, I have police reports from this last month and stuff we haven't charged.
So the fact that the train is going by their place and they're still being bothered by the noise, that actually doesn't help your situation, it hurts it. Because it means they're louder than the train.
All right, Chairman, I'm not sure I can give an answer to that right now. Would I be required to give that answer now, or would it be an offer extended to us that we discuss? Because I don't think I'm...
Yeah, it's a counter offer, so.
No.
Procedurally, I want to know how that works.
That's not there was already a penalty imposed. So there wouldn't be a counteroffer. If you want to hold it over into the next meeting,
All right, we'll hold it over. He's coming back anyway.
or you can just grant reconsideration and impose that as the penalty, whether they agree to it or not. Just
Oh, because we already have the default.
Yep.
Well, then I'll just do
I would
that.
rather it get put over.
No, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to do that
I can
anyway.
have an answer, reasonably soon.
I think we have an answer today,
10,000 and 2 a.m. for a year.
and that's better than cancellation.
And you can come back in a year and we'll put it back to 4. If they don't come back for anything else.
Okay, would I have an opportunity?
That's assuming he's with me.
Yeah, I haven't been here that long, but boy, this street certainly has a reputation. So I'm going to go with the chairman on this.
Would I have the opportunity to make a counteroffer to that, or is that the...
No, no. I was confused on the procedural nature of the case, so I didn't realize I didn't have to ask for your permission. So they reminded me.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Next item, or items, 2042, 2043, 2044. Mr. Fong's LLC.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here for the applicant. Before you use a conditional no contest to settle 3 outstanding cases.
Twenty, 42, 43, and 44?
Yes.
Okay. What's the failure to conform? Is that a DJ?
It was a DJ, yes.
Are we getting rid of the DJ?
Yeah, From what it was explained to me from my client, because I haven't been here at 3 a.m., so I can't tell you from personal knowledge, is that it's someone who isn't DJing like a club, super loud, scratching, things like that. It's someone who's just playing music, but a little bit more active than an iPod.
Hold on.
The big ticket item was the avalanche.
Yeah, what is that?
That was, so at the time that we filed the application.
Oh, I see, Adam Moonves, okay.
Exactly, so he wasn't involved when we filed the application. He came on board later. I don't do corporate work for these folks, I just do licensing work. When it was brought to my attention that they had brought someone on with some more money, I asked them if it was going to be a loan or if it was going to be an investment, and if so, we'd have to amend their liquor authority paperwork. They were working that out, and it took, I think, a little bit way too long. And it was right at that point, strangely or coincidentally, that there was a March operation, and he was on site as a manager and said that he had just bought into a place. So I have a corporate change that's ready to go. I can't file it, of course, because there's pending disciplinaries and it would get denied, but it's ready to be filed.
Okay,
pending
I'll
that
accept, assuming
Yeah.
that it's filed
Yep.
quickly.
And then the other,
These guys since last December, I take it.
Yeah,
excuse me?
No other violations
I'm
since
just
last
looking
December?
at that to see whether or not we can renew.
There's a noise issue from May of this year. That's the only one. And if you look at the details of it, this place is actually right at the base of the Manhattan Bridge, so where the train goes right over the top. So they did a measurement, the ECB did at 54 decibels with no music on. And
Yeah, I saw that in
so
61 with it.
So it's like,
I noticed that too, and gone,
they were already guilty before they did a measurement, so I don't put that fault fully on them. They have a new security system now, so they haven't had any issues in the last year, and new security guards, things like that.
12-5 accepted.
Thank you very much.
Next,
Good with me to renew?
Yes.
next item is 2050 Cinderella Lounge Corp.
My name is Sam Park, and President Cinderella Lounge Corp., located 14738 Northern Boulevard, applying for on-premise license. Here's the Mrs. Wang, the president, and Vice President Mr. Zhang, which is a husband and wife.
So we denied this twice at this location. So the board denied it once, and then it came back for reconsideration, and we denied it again. What changed?
We had now it's Miss Wang is both husband and wife, and working at the restaurant right now.
They weren't the applicants before?
Yeah. Actually, Mrs. Wang is working the cashier. Now it's since
But were they the applicants the last time this was here? Jackie?
Yeah, I'm looking. Yes.
Yeah, so nothing changed.
It's we are in the now. It's a husband and wife is together. They're working at the tribe both time at the premise. Because the reason why I think there's no.
I mean, this was a problem, and I think I don't recall the denial. Well, let me look. I have the decision right here. It's a 500-foot case. The CB is adamantly. Oh no, it's not 500 foot, but the CB is adamantly objecting to it. Yeah, no, I knew that. I was trying to leave that out. And there was significant illegal activity that went on here, and you're opening the same place.
That was, I believe, the previous, 2015 or.
Well, I don't care when it was. It could have been 2013. It was a site of organized crime, drug activity, police bribery. It's the same exact operation.
But, the same, different owner is going to be take over it, they're going to operate without the, criminal activity, everything.
What experience do they have, counsel, operating a place like this?
Mrs. Wang is had since April until now. She's learning with at the premise. How we go is all the operating systems, and they enjoyed Mr. Chang is together. They're enjoying how the
Experience is at the premise that's not currently licensed, not serving alcohol. Any prior experience with alcohol service and an alcohol license?
And Mrs. Wang is had a. She had a.
I mean, the application last time was September of 2016, which we denied. The reason we denied it was we said there was illicit drug activity previously, there was organized crime activity, there was enormous community opposition, there was allegations of police bribery from the former owner at the location, and we indicated that we had concerns whether the applicants could provide necessary supervision to prevent the illegal activity. Those concerns, in my view, have not changed. Your presentation to me has not changed. So my decision isn't going to change. So denied.
Likewise, from reading through everything, I don't see anything that's changed either, and I voted in both previous cases, so I vote to deny.
All right. The next item is 1965, Mamamoo Hilarious Kitchen, Inc.
Okay, this is Sam Park, Representative Mamamoo Hilarious Kitchen, Inc. This promise apply for restaurant wine license located in the 350 West 37th Street. And the operating hour Monday through Friday is 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Where is he?
350 West 37th Street.
There's just so many ways I could respond to that. Where is he instead of here with me?
Actually, you're talking owner?
He what?
I didn't get that.
Where's your client?
Client is at the location they're working right now, so she couldn't make it. I'm sorry.
They're supposed to be here, so.
And the community board objected because the applicant didn't meet the deadline for review of submission. Has there been any update to that?
Yeah, we're gonna schedule the next month in the meeting.
All right then.
Yes.
You want to hold this over?
Does this hurt me? Us?
It's not going to.
All right.
Don't even worry about it.
I would suggest holding it over.
When is the community board meeting? That's the only thing that's going to save him, the fact that you have a community board meeting. Otherwise, I would be denying it. He needs to be here.
Just because he's not here, yeah.
Okay.
I would too. So, next month, what do you think?
Next month.
10/11.
You want 10/11?
Yes.
October 11th?
End of the month?
Nope, that's 10/11.
10/11,
Make sure
okay.
you're on the community board before then.
Okay, thank you very much.
At the next item, 1949, DC Restaurant Corp.
Room's getting thinner, little by little.
Timothy Allen for the applicant. Good afternoon. With me is the principal, Hector Gonzalez.
So, what was, I mean, I'm assuming you're aware of the history here.
Yeah, I believe the prior license was surrendered and there was discipline pending, so I assume it was canceled or.
Yes, it was.
In April.
What,
But you know, the community board letter doesn't really address.
yeah, I was going to ask you, since you
Issues.
probably were there, they don't really,
They don't mention that. They don't mention the character of the prior.
no, they seem to
Business.
think that they are saturated.
Right, it just sounds like they're saying it's saturated.
It is a 500-foot.
Yeah,
It was a 500.
but there's 3, I think, total, in 500
If
feet.
you look at the block plot that we gave you,
No, but how many are there within 500 feet?
I think it's 3.
Yeah.
But if you look at the block plot, there's nobody right there on the block either direction. so it's no one that close. I wanna add-
What's his,
Yeah, so he was a cook in a Greek diner for 8 years, from 2000 to 2008. So I'm not sure if that's on there, but so he has experience. He's not going to use promoters. You know, I don't know what the charges were before. But,
yeah, pretty much everything.
yeah, so fights and.
No, I mean, I
hours or
can't,
whatever, so
it takes up half a page. They hit everything.
He's not,
Want to see a copy?
he's going to have a full menu. He has a full kitchen. He's not going to use promoters. You know, and the community board didn't ask him to come out to present. They didn't give him a chance, really, to talk about any stipulations or anything like that.
What's the hours?
So, I mean, he wanted to operate till 4. But, you know, I know that's what everyone wants to talk about, right? So he's probably flexible on that.
74 max?
Yeah, it's just a typical storefront. It's under
How
75.
big is it?
I think it's like 20 by 60.
But how many tables?
17.
17 tables and
50 seats.
we're 60-something.
DJs?
And a bar with 12 seats.
Correct.
Yeah. What's the music situation? What are you proposing there?
So he
For
has
a
DJ,
for a restaurant?
jukebox.
What is it?
Yeah, he has DJ and jukebox on there. He can operate, he told me already, without a DJ.
Security?
He has security on there.
You do, how many?
1 to 2, depending, like on the weekends I'll put 2, and during the week I'll just put 1.
Would you be okay if we, say, start out a year and give you till 2 a.m. on weekends?
It'll be rough on me because I would rather open till 4 just to pay off the loan that I got from the
I'll give you 3.
That works.
Let's go with that. So we give a little deference to the community board, even though they weren't really clear about the real reasons here. I agree with you about the letter, kind of confusing. So
That's fine.
chairman's okay with it? I'll give it till 3 a.m. on weekends. What about during the week?
It doesn't matter to me if I stick to 4, 3. The weekend.
Well,
I'll give you 3, but what I am going to ask is no DJs during the week.
Okay.
So you can have DJs on Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
You can still do jukebox.
3 a.m.
Yes.
all week.
Across the board, right?
3 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah, so no promoters, no live music. DJs on Friday and Saturday are allowed, otherwise no.
No dancing.
And no dancing, unless he gets a permit.
And you can come back in a year. If everything's clear, then we'll consider it till 4.
Great.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Good luck.
He's going to have to apply to,
Yeah, you're going to have to apply.
Right.
Yeah,
For that.
for a method of operation change, yep.
Thank you.
Next item, 2022 Highline Group NYC LLC.
That hotel that you were talking about with the bottom?
Anybody?
How would we ever prosecute that?
Okay. How about
No, I mean, how would
1974?
enforcement know about it?
12301 Roosevelt Avenue LLC.
Say that again, Tom?
2022,
Nobody's here for
no
it,
one's
so don't
showing
worry
up,
about it.
so.
Oh, so we're running it anyway?
No, I'm going to skip them over for now.
Okay.
2006 TNS Mini Market, Inc.
But then we'd have to prove knowledge, right?
2006.
What's it say?
Good year.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ramesh Komana. I am the owner of T&S Mini Mart located at 1201 Avenue U, Brooklyn, New York. And she is Sonia Singh, so she is the one who is managing the store.
Okay, well, the judge sustained the charge of sale to minor.
An 18-year-old at that.
Is she your daughter?
No, she's not.
You represented him at the hearing.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We are here to appeal that. Actually, the agency was unable to provide any proof of purchase. And also, we have a bag policy. I don't know if you have this, the judgment that the judge.
Well, we don't have to provide proof of purchase.
You didn't send in anything, though. You had a chance to send in a letter to controvert the judge's findings. You didn't do that.
You're here to get fined.
We were unaware of that, that I had to send it in.
I think the decision letter probably indicated that you had a right to controvert the findings. I haven't seen your letter, but I'm sure it did. So your options now are, we're going to obviously impose a fine, and then you can file an Article 78 if you don't like the decision.
Can we request for cancellation at this time?
Cancellation?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Why would you do that?
Business is running really slow and so it's not doing well, so and there are so many stores open surrounding.
Okay, cancel and bond.
Do I have to give you my license here?
No,
Okay.
you'll get a letter, and then send it in, or deliver it, I guess. Is that how we do it?
Served, but if they want to deliver it, it saves service.
No, if you you can deliver it, or someone will come and collect
You
it.
have
But
it now?
you'll get a cancellation order in the mail. Even if you surrender it now, now, you'll get, in the mail, you get a cancellation.
Do you have the license with you?
Yes, we
Oh, then you turn it in.
Thank you.
Oh, no, because you still have beer there, right?
Well, it's empty, the store is,
Oh, then turn it in downstairs. Go to the 4th floor and turn it in.
okay, they're open right now?
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Oh, they're not.
So just give it to me. I'll take care of
Okay.
it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
2:30.
Is anybody here from Highline Group?
I hope the people in internal controls aren't watching.
I
No,
think
you did not.
The next item is 2022 Highline Group NYC LLC.
This is a 500-foot case. Oh, you're here. Okay.
Give me your email address. I'll give you confirmation. Okay. Just write it down.
That's okay.
I'll send you confirmation.
Hello,
Says
my
here that-
hello. My name is Gladys Fonseca. I represent a Highline.
Where is your client?
It's a request that she is here to.
Well, I mean,
come here.
this is a 500-foot case in a pretty competitive area of Manhattan, and she's basically opening what looks like a nightclub.
No, it's
So, yeah, it is kind of necessary that she be here.
So we can make a new appointment.
And
for
she's
her.
also the spouse of an owner of a place in Queens that has a really bad history with us.
Want to hold it over? Can you come back?
Yes.
Can you have her here on September 27th?
Yes.
All right, 27. If she's not here, it's denied.
There you go.
So on 27. Thank you.
I'm going to ask one more time on this one. Anybody from 12301 Roosevelt Avenue LLC?
What number is that there?
1974.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rosa Ruiz, representative of the applicant for the alteration and additional bar.
You just want to add a DJ.
DJ.
And a bar.
Additional
This is
bar.
in the stadium,
Yes, it's in the stadium. It's downstairs on the ground floor.
and we don't have anything with them, right? I mean, as far as the stadium, I see they have some other places. Oh, no, we do have a couple.
The season's not going well. We need additional alcoholic beverages at the stadium.
All right, I'll approve.
Okay,
Approved.
Okay.
okay, great. Thank you.
Yankee fan, I should have yanked it.
Next item is 2051 TKRC 5 LLC.
Good evening, my name is Frank Palillo. Community Board opposition on a wine and beer license for a 14-seat restaurant.
Would you lose your touch?
I think I must have.
Come on.
It's a rough one.
I read this and I sat there and I didn't realize it was you, but
So what stipulations?
Well, they wanted us to close at 2 a.m. seven nights a week. That's basically where we're at. Some of the things that are...
Does he even have plans to be open past 2 a.m.?
Yes, all of our other restaurants are open till 5 in the morning.
Only on Fridays and Saturdays.
Right, and we do a thriving business at that time of the day. if you look at the community board's resolution, some of the things they pointed out are completely unfair.
Yeah.
Saying that he's never had an operation, saying that we have wait lines outside. We do have wait lines outside in our midtown places all day long. And that's what he told them at the community board meeting.
What are the Midtown places?
You could,
So there's, we have a restaurant on 49 West 39. Then we have another on 229 East 53rd Street.
What are the names of them?
The same.
they're all the Caddy Roll. The personal questionnaire shows the Caddy Roll at 229 East 53rd Street, the Caddy Roll at 49 West 39th, and the Caddy Roll at 99 McDougal. All have been operating since at least 2010. I don't believe you have a single referral on any of these places. The community boards on 53rd Street and 39th Street did not put stipulations on the time we close, and we basically close till 5 in the morning. Also on Community Board 2, we close at 5 in the morning. Food service.
What kind of food is this? It's Middle Eastern rolls?
Indian fast food, can I
Yeah,
say that?
Indian street food, yeah.
I've never had a Caddy Roll, but
Well, that's not
planning
very-
to have one after this.
Yeah, that's not very neighborly of you. What? Oh, you've had them?
Nothing, we had nothing.
Is it clean up?
Oh, you mean they're all clean, yeah. Okay. And I take it you don't anticipate lines at this place, or you do, but it wouldn't be nighttime lines?
Yeah, there won't be any nighttime lines.
No, to a certain extent, this type of food is really good in that neighborhood. At 3 or
Is it all
4 o'clock.
takeout, or you're only 17, but there's a lot of
14
takeout?
seat. A lot of takeout, but we're feeding a lot of people who,
Right, have been other places.
correct. It's a community service, a public interest.
So you're good with the other stipulations, except the post the stipulation form, I assume?
I believe I was, if you just give me 2 seconds.
You weren't asking for outdoor areas, so I assume
No
that's
outdoor
all right.
areas, we are Indian street food restaurant. We have no problem with all of the other stipulations. You're not going to do any of those things. You're not doing pub crawls or party.
And what about 12?
What about 12?
Conspicuously
I don't,
posted.
am I going to have a stipulation form to post?
Yeah, this. Oh, no, because you didn't sign anything, right?
Correct.
No, you won't. All right. I'll approve till 4. The CB does object, but it's RW, and all of his other restaurants are 4. He has absolutely no history with us. And it is 17 seats.
If I may, just to clarify, alcohol service will stop at 4. We will probably serve food till 5.
All the requested stipulations of the community board are included in the license, except for the one requiring them to post anything but the license up on the board.
Same here.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Have a good day. I'll be in touch.
Next item is 1999 JP Premier Corp.
Dismiss 1, dismiss 2, dismiss 3, sustain
Can I-
4,
Can I
sustain
speak on
5.
this?
Yes.
Can I speak on this?
Yep.
You'll never hear me say this, and I admit that I
hate
should
when
have.
he says it.
I should have requested an extension of time from Secretary's office to controvert. That was an unfortunate time when this came out. However, I'm at a loss as to how the judge can say, I can't sustain the first 3 because the detective who wrote the summonses wasn't present, but I can sustain the last 2 when the same detective who wrote the summonses also wasn't present. It doesn't, and to say he doesn't need anything more than a security guard, that's not true. We've done the security guard cases dozens of times. So I was hoping for a letter of warning. I mean, that's a stretch, but this is a clean record. This is, by the way, Ronan Cook, who doesn't like to speak.
He's
But
what?
This is Ronan Cook, who will speak if you let him, but please trust me, you don't want him to. He's very concerned with the fact that I did not get all 5 charges dismissed. I've heard about it for about 2 weeks now.
Well, I'll give you $1,000, but just to give you a little warning, the Roosevelt Avenue has become a major issue in this office.
That's further up.
Right, but you have, and I'm sure you've seen the stories that the local politicians are trying to get a handle on the entire avenue. So try to stay out of here if you can.
1,000.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, wait for me. Wait for me.
Next item, 2010, 10th Ward LLC.
I'll save you the trouble.
What?
2010, correct? This is 10th Ward.
10th Ward.
You want to send it back so we can talk about
Why?
all of the stuff?
I mean,
Because I think we're just here on the default.
yes.
So what do you want to
Also,
do?
we
What are
could
we
just
doing with
send it
this?
right back
I
to-
thought if we sent it, well, we have another case that's pending.
Yes.
And I believe we may have do we have an offer in?
No.
I apologize. Okay.
I don't think we've got a BP yet.
I thought it probably makes sense to, because of what this is.
So this is going back to council's office.
Is that okay with you, Frank? I figured. Yeah.
That's fine with me. I was not, I think what happened was delivery wasn't made because the building department put a stop work order on the, and we didn't get it's open, but, well,
Good to go, Dad?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you.
Next item I have is 2047 NYC JBS LLC. I thought that Mr. Flynn wanted this held over.
He does. I'm here to hold it over.
Oh.
How am I doing so far?
To 927?
He was, Mr. Flynn was concerned because of the history here. He wanted to make sure that it was held over.
He's tied up in a criminal case,
He'll-
possibly his own.
He'll be
I'm not
getting
sure.
out soon enough.
Both okay with that?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good 2 weeks.
Next one is, or two, 2026 and 2027. El Mezcalito Lounge Corp.
Timothy Allenwick for the licensee. It's an offer in compromise.
I'll accept.
This is all simple stuff. It's only a year old.
Okay.
But you're transferring it, right?
There is a transfer, yeah.
Oh, is it? All right.
Okay, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Great, thank you.
Okay. The next item is 1947 Rain Nightclub, Inc.
1947?
1947.
Chairman, Commissioner, license was surrendered. It's
Yeah.
an offer to compromise.
And I see it's a cancellation, but
Yep.
I note that I believe there was a agreement that counts 2, 3, and 4 would be withdrawn. Is that correct? It's not reflected on our
Yeah.
sheets. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So I would just ask that, even though it's a cancellation of bond claim, because we did agree to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll accept.
Accept. You said we're withdrawing what now? I'm sorry.
2, 3, and 4, I believe.
2, 3,
2 through 4. It was written in the memo.
Yep, got it. All right.
I think I have the next two.
Right. The next one I have is 1971 128 Billiard Inc. Is that yours?
Yeah, this is a late renewal. I'd ask, my client claims he didn't get the notice, but I'm sure he did. I'd ask that you, if you would, impose $500. I don't want to make an application. I'm sure it'll be denied, send it back to council.
No, I mean, I'm just checking to make sure he didn't do this before. He's got enough on here. I'll do 500 because he's done everything else before, but he has not done this before.
We try not to be repeat offenders.
Yeah.
500 is good.
Two items I have, 2023 and 2051A, NYC Cloud9 Corp.
This is one where my client was summarily suspended, and he's out of business. He surrendered his lease.
Yeah, cancel and bond, I'll accept.
And I would just ask that we put a name stop given this on the license.
Name stop.
Thank you so much. Good day.
Take care.
Same here.
The next item I have, I don't see where Ms. Taveras went, 1972. Florida Restaurant 3, Inc. She was
All right,
here.
let's just do the speed round until she gets back.
Okay, well,
And if she doesn't, we'll deal with it then.
I have 2035 Vapor Lounge and Bar.
What happened to 1941? Did we do that? Ravens Head Public House?
Yeah, no, we haven't. I got it too.
That's not on the list.
It's not on what list?
Nobody signed in for it.
No, we're done. There's nobody left.
Well, except I have, no, Taveras has both of those.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, we'll
I
just
know
wait
that
for
one.
her. Just skip her.
Okay.
What'd you say now, 1942?
No, 1941.
Okay.
Accept.
1941. What's that? Yeah, I got it, sorry. 1941, yeah, accept.
1942.
Accept.
Accept.
Okay, 1943 is one of Mr. Flynn's cases. He's also asking that be held over since it was criminal appearances.
Okay.
We did it in 927.
Okay.
All right, we'll go back then to 1972. That's your case. That's Floridita Restaurant 3, Inc.?
Floridita, good morning, Chairman
morning.
Bradley.
Or good afternoon.
Commissioner Ford, good afternoon. Council Riano is held.
So the fight started inside, they were told to leave. No, it started inside, they were told to leave, and the fight occurred outside. Is that what I'm reading correctly? I can't read. But they don't have a cabaret license?
Chairman Bradley, if I may, I actually thought that this default had been cleared. They have 3 other matters, similar to cabaret. We're willing to admit cabaret activity because, this was this stuff happened when her mom died, and she's not, she wasn't there, so she didn't have videotape because this came in later.
Mr. Veras, if my understanding gets me correct on this, this is a default, so we would...
Yeah, we're trying to vacate the default to unite this with the 3 other matters.
Mr. Veras, it's my understanding that on a prior case here, and I believe it was 2 weeks ago, that you had started a hearing against this particular license. That you
We
had
did.
submitted a cancellation offer.
She said...
You then withdrew that cancellation
Yes.
offer, right? And now I did see yesterday that you submitted a completely egregious offer for the behavior that we have here. And, Mr. Veras, you submitted an offer that's completely unacceptable to my office, let alone the members. And now you want to reopen this default to combine all of these to offer another cancellation?
No, to offer. No, if I mean, Council Riano, I understand.
I'm so confused because it just...
I was a little confused as well.
I think it's dilatory.
No, I understand, but let me, if you give me one moment. I wanted to unite the 3 matters. This Floridita restaurant has been there for 7 years or more. They're a staple in that community. She's a good operator. This just happened to be, this activity happened when she wasn't around, which is fine. We want to pay a fine. If $7,000 that we offered for what happened is not amenable, we wanted to combine them and work on a different offer. We don't want to cancel. She asked me to submit cancellation out of frustration because she said, I'm a wine and beer, I'm a senior operator, the authority knows me. If you look at the prior history, prior to all this, you've never seen Floridita here. So no, in prior matters, she doesn't have a serious.
She's got a sale to minor from 2012. I mean, she defaulted on this. I'm not going to send this back. I'll give you, normally it would be $3,500. It would actually be $4,000. I'll give her $3,000.
Okay, we'll take $3,000. And then on the other matter, can we revisit?
The other matters are the other matters. That has nothing to do with.
Proceeding back to hearing.
I wanted to submit an amenable offer. She doesn't want to go to hearing. She believes that.
That's not for here.
Oh, okay. And then I was here for Vapor Lounge.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Next item is 2035 Vapor Lounge and Bar.
I just wanted to submit and, make sure cancellation and. Yeah, you okay? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members of the authority.
Take care.
2035 cancel? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Lounge. Oh, yeah. Yep.
All right, now we're back on track again?
Yes.
1945.
What happened to 1942?
We accepted. $500.
You accept it.
Yep, sorry.
1945, accept.
3,500 accept.
1952.
Accept.
Accept.
1957.
Accept. That's Levy's case. You don't want to stand up on it?
1957, accept.
1966.
Counter 4,000. 2 of these are actually strong cases.
Yeah. Counter 4,000.
1968.
Counter cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
There's a lot going on here.
1967, the year of the miracle mitts.
1969, right?
What
Okay.
did I say, 7?
Yeah, except.
Oh, the Mets were terrible that year.
Accept, yeah. 1973,
Yes, 1973.
Cancel for the record.
cancel, no bond.
1975.
This says Town of Islip says sale of liquor is prohibited. Is that correct?
That's what they're saying.
All right.
It's saying alcohol, they're not very clear.
Can't follow what
But
they
they
said.
they have a reference.
I'm of the opinion that it doesn't mean it's illegal to us. I mean, they can stop it, right?
Right.
If it's not zoned for it, it's their,
They can't zone for that.
that's what I mean. If they think they have a reason to go do something about it, then using their PB 2016-021, then they need to do that civilly, but it doesn't really affect us.
But the applicant isn't here either.
No, but he owns other restaurants.
Do you want me to get clarification on that?
No, I'm just going to grant it. See what happens. We'll get clarification one way or the other.
Great, thanks, I'll hear about it.
So you want
Approved.
You want to approve this one?
Yeah, I want to see what happens.
I'll record the conversation.
No, the guy owns other restaurants. He's got very little history with us, and their letter is so vague that it didn't give me any direction whatsoever, and I don't know that the clerk of the town of Islip is a lawyer.
All righty then. That should be interesting.
1977.
That was a good year. I'll accept.
8,000 accept.
1978.
Accept.
10,000 accept.
1979.
Possession of handcuffs.
What was that all about?
What are you looking at me for?
I looked at him first.
You got the first one?
Accept. You don't see that every day.
All right, yeah.
Did you accept or recuse
No,
yourself, Commissioner?
I'm not touching that one, yeah. I'll let it go. Yeah, it's good.
1981.
Accept.
1,500 accept.
1982.
6,000.
$6,000 accept.
1983.
Accept.
Cancel and bond.
1984.
Accept.
Accept. This one, 1985, I didn't think the 5-day suspension was necessary with a $10,000 penalty.
1985.
Okay, just no suspension, 10,000.
They need to make it 10,000.
1986.
Counter 4,000.
That's the second time for both,
Yeah.
right?
1987.
I'd cancel and bond on the record.
Yeah, I did too. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1990.
All right, does this guy he can't get relief from civil disabilities here? Is that what goes on?
No, I don't, did you see that in here?
Uh,
I didn't.
He's got a federal drug conspiracy
He
conviction.
has to get a certificate of good conduct from the, what used to be the Board of Parole.
But is that required by us?
Well, that's,
That's how he would get it.
yeah, or your permission.
All right, I give him permission. I approve.
I approve as well. Give the guy a second shot.
1994.
Cancel for the record.
1994?
Oh, I'm sorry, what did I just?
92.
How about 1992?
Yeah, 92, Tom.
92, cancel and bond. No, cancel, no bond.
Oh, there it is. Mine got shifted around. All right, cancellation for the record.
And
1994.
Accept.
Accept.
1996.
Accept.
One karaoke bottle throwing must be really bad karaoke. It's really bad at it. 1998, right?
Are you good with 96, though? That was a $2,500 civil penalty.
Yes.
All right. 1998.
Sustain 1, dismiss 2, dismiss 3, 2,500.
2,500.
2000.
Dismiss 1.
Dismiss.
2001.
Dismiss 1, dismiss 2, dismiss 3, dismiss 4, dismiss 5, withdraw 6. This is the one we were talking about. Yeah.
extension of premises outside in February. I thought that was interesting.
You good with that, Commissioner?
Yeah, so what are we doing, just dismissing everything?
Yep,
Well,
and withdrawing the last one.
All right.
2002,
Cancel and bond accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
2004,
Sustain, 1,000.
1,000.
2005,
Dismiss charge 1.
Dismiss.
2007,
10,000.
Ooh, yeah, 10,000.
2009,
10,000.
10,000.
2011,
5,000. Oh, wait, you know what? That's the second one.
Yep.
7,500.
7,500.
2012,
3,000.
Sustain 1, 3,500, right? 18-year-old or no? Oh, no, that was because of their other history. 3,500.
3,500.
2013,
I have this as cancel and bond.
Yeah, I
They're
do too.
ineligible at this point.
Yeah, cancel and bond, the
Cancel and
felon.
bond. Yep.
2014,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2015,
Accept. Tough case.
2015. Accept.
2016,
Another tough case. Accept.
Accept.
2017,
So here where the referral was incorrect
Yes.
and everything, so I'd dismiss.
So grant the reconsideration and dismiss all the charges. We had the referral had the wrong address and therefore identified the wrong place.
Dismiss.
2021,
This is just about the restroom waiver. There are facilities in Whole Foods.
Yeah, I'll
the
approve
market.
it.
You're
I'll
fine.
approve
Okay,
it.
thank
They
you.
should be here though, but.
Yep. No problem.
2024,
Cancel and bond, accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
2025,
Deny.
Like a nice place, it's 23, and no protest. Oh, the applicant is 23, yeah. Deny.
2028,
Bring these guys in.
okay?
So hold this one, I guess?
Yeah.
Over to 27th. 2029,
Sustain 1, fine 3,000.
Yep, 3,000.
And the owner here lied through his teeth in testifying.
2030,
Dismiss 1, sustain 2, $1,000.
1,000.
2031,
Sustain 1, 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4 and 5, fine 3,500. And they're open 6 months, and they did all that.
3,500.
2032,
Dismiss 1, 2, and 3.
Dismiss.
2033,
3,000.
Sustain 1, 3,000.
2037,
I'm going to counter 5,000 here, because this guy was, these weren't your classic Super Bowl pools. He was a bookie.
that Commissioner?
5,000, yes.
Okay.
Counter.
2038,
Accept.
1,500, accept.
2039,
Accept.
Accept, and next time it's over.
2045,
I have this, send it back, and I think I have the same too, send it back to us.
What did I do?
Have it sent back to us.
But he offered 15K in 30 day, right? You don't want that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, new offer 15,000, 30. I was going to take that.
That's fine.
Okay. I'll grant reconsideration and take the offer of 15,000 and a 30-day suspension.
where's the,
It's in the memo. I don't know.
no,
See that either.
2046. I think you have 2046, Jim.
yeah, you're ahead, 2040,
Oh, you're right. 2045. What do you? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Send back to. I'll grant reconsideration.
You would be kind of surprised by that.
Yeah.
Take the offer.
I had the wrong number. Okay, grant the reconsideration, send back to licensing, right?
Council, the reopening the default.
Yeah, to reopen the.
Okay.
You agree with that, Commissioner?
Yes, back to council. Okay.
Now, 2046.
I'll grant this reconsideration, take the 15,000 and a 30-day suspension.
Same here, 15,000 suspension.
All right. Why didn't Mr. Palillo? This is 2051B and 2051C. I wonder, this was added at the end, maybe he didn't know this was.
Not only that, it was held over.
And there's an offer in, right?
Whatever, I'll take it, accept.
7,500?
Before you close, that's class change for Sangria Mexican, item number 1975. I was just posting it on here, they withdrew.
Say that again?
They withdrew the application for class change.
What did we do with it?
So you just note it. It was done, it was posted, I guess it came in on the Monday and was posted yesterday.
But it was 19, what did we do with it today?
We approved it.
Oh.
The one with Town of Islip.
Oh, so recall, the one that I just approved without anybody here? That's why nobody was here.
What item is it?
1975. That application was withdrawn,
25 was
so it is obviously not approved. And
Noted.
we're done.